Morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name's Nori. We are coming to you live from the Digital Engineering server. This is Valhelsia 3, modded Minecraft, and this is our mess. So, we have been continuing on a right good number of projects. And in today's Saturday morning coffee and build, I thought it might be a good idea to look into some of those projects and see about getting some of them finished. Like last week, we had a Katoa showed up on the server. We had a little fun over at the game center, and we got some beta testing in the Spud Wars game, which turned out to be pretty fun. We still definitely need the rocket launcher and the poison potato dispenser over there. So there's some of that to get done. On the whole, this turned out rather well, I think, and will allow us to do many other things. We did some testing with Botania. We gotta fix our holes where we ripped all this stuff out. And we'll get around to that. But a number of you guys seemed interested in essentially what is mechanism. So I think we can take some time out. I don't think it'll hurt anything. Any of that. I think we can go take some time out and go work on some mechanism. It's almost filled. So that hole's going to drive me nuts. I think in the pantries here we have the bricks. Fill this in. It's the floor. Better about that. A bunch of stone. I have still gotta clean up my workshop. There. Ceilings fixed, floors are fixed. Now all is right with the world. It looks good. Not going to mess with it right now. I actually think I want him. Oh yeah, that's right. I would have to move all of the rest of that. I'm not in the mood for that. Just not. Right, mechanism. Holy crap, the ADD is real today. I think to make our life a little easier, what we should do is come down in here and make a crafting grid on the other side. So let's see if we can do that. I need a stack of each. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, we need an advanced processor. Instruction core. I didn't see what the other thing that was that I needed. Silicone. Oh, for crying out loud. Morning, Cypher. Come to the channel and Rickroll first thing in the morning. You know, I haven't had enough coffee for a Rickroll. How's it going? Spend. That sounds like so much fun first thing on a Saturday morning. Well, I'd rather be sleeping, if I was being honest. Instead, we are monkeying around with mechanism, and I guess that's fun in its own right, I suppose. I say that, and we're in here building refined. Sure thing. Is that all I was missing? Yeah, that was all I was missing. Oh, you won't cook in that. I think I can't do this. I'm going to be really upset because I'm just going to throw away a bunch of resources. But I think I should be able to do that. I think. Oh, coffee CS. Some more followers this morning, I think. Coffee CX Triple S. Okay. Off we go. How's it going, Coffee? I like the name. Especially on the Saturday morning coffee break. Oh, crying out loud. This is why we do coffee. Because the brain is unwilling to keep up with what we're trying to do. How are you doing this morning, Coffee? Are we having a good Saturday morning? I think it's Saturday morning. Well, thanks for dropping the follow. You take care, my friend. Always like having people come in and say hi and visiting. It makes this all the more worthwhile. I hope you have yourself a grand good morning and enjoy your morning coffee. Oh, that's what I'm missing. Oh, such terrible. Where's my music? There we go. Welcome back, Cypher. You haven't missed much. I be honest, Coffee, I'm not doing this for a career. I'm hanging out and making new friends. We're actually trying to build our own little community here. We have Minecraft server. We picked up a couple of people from the stream who are now playing on the server. It's absolutely fantastic. Great. Happy for the follow. Thanks for joining the party there. All right, now it's time to bulldoze. Construction time. Need to get me a better bulldozer. This is slow. Yeah, we I think early on in the stream, myself and the other members of the server decided that what we would like is to build ourselves a nice, happy, functioning community of people that you can hang out with, chat while you're on the server, making your builds. Go explore, see what they like to do, and check out their builds. And just, you know, generally have an out-and-out good time. Yeah. So this is... Like I said, we picked up like a couple of people who've come to play now. Which has been kind of fun. I think we're up to maybe 6 people on the server now, which is not bad. But we like having people to play games with. So I think more than anything, it's just about having a nice group. Me and Shale are like long-time MMORPGers. We've played in some fairly large guilds back in the day, and we just kind of miss that aspect of online gaming and big multiplayer games. Is the people you meet, the friends you make along the way, the antics you get up to, and whatnot. And so we decided a while ago that we would start streaming and doing the Switch stuff to see if we couldn't make ourselves some new friends. So we had a blast last night doing some Gunfire Reborn with one of the guys that stumbled into the stream. All right. Right. Getting sidetracked. Because that's what I do. Let's see. Yeah, it was kind of funny because the gentleman showed up on a Minecraft stream thinking it was rounds because I had the wrong tagline for my stream up there. Oh, that's unfortunate. I understand. Was it Katoa is a PlayStation player as well. He's got a computer he plays on. It would be nice if they brought at least the Bedrock version out to the PlayStation. That would be cool. I don't think that's anywhere in the plans. Actually, how big do I need this thing to be? I don't know. We're just going to hollow out a mountain real quick. Yeah, so we have a vanilla server, but that's a Java version. And I think since Minecraft bought it out, they're fixing to make those. Yeah. Bedrock's not nearly as... Well, Vanilla's not nearly as fun as a good modded server, but it's hard to get a good modded server. And get our power line going. I haven't really done too much with Bedrock, I can't think. Yeah, I've done the old Legacy and Bedrock on Raspberry Pis. I did a lot of... I do Raspberry Pi development in my spare time. I see that show up. I don't know that I like this one. That is not the right mood. Just something nice and relaxing. All right. Is this going to give us some more room to work? I think so. We'll start with this. Well, it was nice to have you drop on by. Stop in the future if you want. Maybe one of these days we'll get ourselves a... Have to see about getting you into play. Have to find out what games that are good cross-compatible with the PlayStation. That'll be fun. Take care. Have a good weekend. Enjoy your morning. Don't let the homework get you down, man. It sucks, but it's only for a little while, I promise. Take care, my friend. Come by anytime. As we rip up floor around here, because that's fun. I figure out, oh, that's what I need to do. I need to go do some flux. I can change all that cabling out for flux. I keep forgetting that they have the flux network in this mod pack. Goals, goals, goals. Too many goals and not enough willingness to get them all done some days. Oh, get back. Here, make the floor at least. I don't know why I keep throwing the stone in here. I don't need to. All right. Yes. Let's move this to the flux network. Cool. Hey, Caps. How goes your colony? First time. We've been working on our colony ourselves. I'll take you out here. So there's... Oh, yeah, let me kill myself. That would have been fantastic. Just jump off the edge. So we've been at our colony. We I think Sundays are pretty much when we do most of the colony. There is an upside to the colonies. After a while, they'll get to a point where they're pretty self-sufficient and can take care of themselves, so you can just kind of... Hey, welcome back, Zotacus. Hey, you can kind of tell them what to do and let them have at it, and it's actually a lot more fun once you get to a point where they can take care of it themselves. We got a few more new buildings to put in there. And then let's just kind of let them do their own thing. I tend to enjoy the cave build. The colony out front is a mixture of Caledonia and cave. Yeah, they take up an awful lot of... Well, so really depends. So like the cave, you can do a cave colony underground in a very small space, because you can like stack them on top of each other, which is really kind of nice. Those are more my preferred style. How goes it, Zotacus? How goes your morning? I looked into your last stream that you put out there. I saw what you were working on. That is massive, dude. And very rainbowy. Oh yes, the hold. Gotta go down the bedrock. I don't need more than that. Oh, I gotta go get some more redstone. That is not nearly going to be enough. Nice. Yeah, I try to adhere to a schedule as much as possible. I don't remember where the redstone's at. There's some there. I think. There we go. This has got to be where my redstone's at. Oh, bummer, dude. Well, I'll send you the Discord stuff. You're welcome to come play over here if you want. This server stays up 24/7. I think it gets bounced like once in a while. Once a day. It goes down and comes back up once a day. So I do need to it just put out the new update for this mod pack, so I do need to take it down a little bit, probably tomorrow afternoon to update it. But I'll worry about that tomorrow afternoon. I gotta think, where am I going to... I had a spot picked out where I could get to bedrock. Where is it at? It's probably here. Yep, this would be it. It's good enough. Bedrock, bedrock, wherefore art thou, bedrock? I need lights. Lights, the man said. There we go. Ah, there's some bedrock. Perfect. A bit of bedrock. And a whole lot of redstone. Oh, it's gonna be like this, isn't it? Things too much in my way. Don't throw your gun over there and smash the gun. Alright. We now have flux. That should keep us going for a little bit. Yeah, I decided I would spend a little bit of time this morning and do some mechanism, and then decided that I really need to change out the power system. And because I didn't want to run wires everywhere, and I went, oh yeah, we can do wireless. We should go away, Goblin Trader. Before I knew it, it was like, oh, we are like 3 ways out of sorts on what we were originally planning on doing, because, you know, ADD, and it's Minecraft. I swear to, I think this game is made for people with ADD. It just, ooh, piece of candy. New shiny. Not even a matter, it's like, I'm not really trying to rush on anything. It's just get sidetracked, I think is more the words I'm looking for. All right. Oh yes, eyes of ender. And obsidian. We need a lot of obsidian. I had been meaning to ask you, Zotacus. I noticed watching your video, it doesn't look like you do much with the create stuff. Is that by choice? Or you just hadn't gotten into it much? Ah. Okay, I get curious. I watch people do things, and I just get curious. I have questions. I'm like, why do they? I wouldn't say master stage because a lot of these machineries I set up in here are really kind of gross. I have a tendency to really go overboard with my crate just because I like the looks of it. So I wouldn't say master level. Master level would be somebody who can squeeze the gold machine down to like a few blocks. I just tend to get carried away because I like all the whirling gizmos. All right, let's make some obsidian. I mean, that is a ton of equipment for create just for like the 1 or 2 terracotta blocks that you see travel up here. It's just way overkill. There we go. Oops. Put the machine back. And learn to hit the right button. No, I've seen some create machines that are pretty wild and some of the things that they can do. Yeah, it's snowing. It always snows on top of the mountain. Oh yes. I'm like distracted again. What was I doing? I think I'm gonna need a lot more flux than what I made. Oh, it's a bit. It doesn't have to take up too much space. You can get create to exist in a tiny area. You just have to reuse machines and rerun belts. I tend to like to spread it out just because I like watching the ebb and flow of the stuff as it goes to wherever it needs to go. Does it take more time? Yes. But that doesn't bother me as much, I don't think. Didn't make enough of those. I like the look of it. I had a machine. I had a building about the size of this room that went up 3 stories. That its sole purpose was to you could walk in the front door, throw whatever die you wanted into a box, and it would just go to work and make concrete. And there was a lever you could throw that would give you concrete powder, or it would actually give you concrete blocks. And what it would do is it would actually, if you wanted the actual concrete blocks, it would wash the powder. It would just drop the powder into a create washer and turn it all into concrete and then carry it along the way. And so you could actually put your order in, go stand on the outside and watch the various cobblestone, concrete powder blocks, and everything else circle around the building. As it was going through the process of making the thing, looked really fantastic. Absolutely, just an enormous build. That whole thing could have been streamlined down to like a 2-block line. Hey. Shale is online this morning. Let's go bring her in. She can say hi. Morning, Shale. Or not. Anyways. Yeah, but then that's the engineer in me. I absolutely like geek out over that. So I like to create in the large scale builds of that nature, just because you can watch it. It's like a Rube Goldberg machine almost. You could just kind of watch the next piece carry on to the next piece. It's just fun. Don't know that I'm using that term right, but it'll be all right. I'll make a couple of those. Now let's get ourselves a controller. I want a 1 because why not? And then because I like doing power through these guys, it's much cleaner. Oh, you want stained glass? We have stained glass. Put that in there. Who's pestering me first thing this morning? Good morning, Shale. Oh, more flux blocks. That's right, because this is like primary shopping ingredient for everything in this. I make enough of these. All right. Plugs are necessary. We want 1 plug. I want some points.
Morning.
Hey.
I've got to get that fixed where my headset is in that twice and it just bounces back and forth.
Everybody, this is Shale. Shale, say hi to the crew.
Good morning.
We're having a regular party out here.
Are you?
I think that should be an obsidian block.
I'm killing a beetle and trying to wake up.
Yes, it's really kind of nice. The appeal. I think it's more the community though. I think it's had the support of a really good community over the years, and I think that's probably what has done really well for making it such a popular popular game.
Thank you for the coffee.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is Saturday morning coffee.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't even know.
I'm missing my Yes, exactly, Zotacus. You can't have the Saturday morning coffee without good coffee. And I definitely am enjoying my first brew. Unfortunately, I'm only 1 cup in for this morning. It's gonna need like 3 or 4 before I wake up good.
I'm in like 2 sips. Oh, you're doing better than me. Been up for a while.
Folgers Black Gold. Okay. We are drinking. What is this one? It's a Charleston blend.
Yep, it's Charleston Coffee Company.
Uh, it's got a very chocolatey background to it, though. By the time you mix it with other stuff, it's not very chocolatey anymore. It's just coffee.
It's battery acid. Let's just be real.
Don't be rude to the coffee.
Battery acid is good.
Yeah. I'm sitting here staring at my bag, so I was looking for something. I was looking at my steak that I stuck in my bag that I buried on my belt. Why? Because last time we were out working at the island we're going to rip up for the Britannia stuff, I had a seagull come by and snatch my everlasting beef out of my bags. Pulled it right off my belt
Really?
bar. Yes, little bugger.
Oh, I did not know they could do that.
I was like, that was rude. Yeah, come by. I got the achievement. Mine. I'm like,
So basically, like raccoons, seagulls are thieves.
thanks for the follow, Caps. Welcome to the party. Right. I was lost in my thoughts again. I'm going to have to start drawing me maps because I can't find my way back out some days.
Okay. So
More blocks.
have you come over and looked at the state of the recently?
The state of what recently?
The mana pools?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, they are very full. They are still making mana. I don't think they can fill up the pool anymore, though.
No, probably not. You're probably as full as it's going to get. All right.
Well, that one's completely full. The other one is not. Anyway, I was just letting you know because um,
Oh, that's not going to make him happy at all.
I gotta figure out how to stop the gravy train from coming to visit. I have to push the button while it's the gravy train that comes up and feeds all the droppers. Yeah, so we're not wasting
Again, let's create a new network.
material.
Nori's Powerhouse. We need a black color down here. All right.
Labeled crate.
I'm not worry about chunk loading right now.
Oh,
All right, where's
that labeled crate is full.
I will plop this controller down somewhere where I can get a hold of it real easy. That'll work. I don't need any wireless charging right now. Now we can relocate everything. Oh god, that should make a difference then. We need that. Where do we want to put that? Let's just put it right here. We'll just put it right there. It'll work. Won't work for very long though without power, but that's all right. Grab the flux point. Pop you in right there. Go join. And there we go. We have power. More. Next thing we need to do is make.
I need to use this mana for
Trades.
Uh-oh, I just knocked down a piece of dirt.
Trade.
Yeah, I don't know what to trade. I've never used the Elven thing. Yeah.
So you end up trading. So you have to throw a bunch of regular resources into the mana pools, which convert them into the mana equivalent. So you make glass becomes mana glass. Living wood becomes iron becomes mana steel. Redstone becomes mana powder. Ender pearls become mana pearls. Diamonds become mana diamonds. And then you take all of that and then you throw it right through the trading post. And then mana glass becomes elf glass. 2 bars of mana steel become elementium.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you need. So unless you give me a list, I don't know what to throw through there. But there's lots of mana.
Okay, so if you... we need to make the mana infuser.
Mana infused. Select note.
Exactly. It's like, oh yeah, that's the plan. I want to make some elf steel. Because we want to go and kill Gaia a couple dozen times or so, because I want to make one of those shards of Laputa, because we're going to rip an island up. And then once we've ripped the island up and got it floating in the ground, I'm going to take the create, and specifically the schematic system of the create, and blueprint that entire island, demo the island, pick up the whole island, move it to another dimension, and then use a create schematic cannon to put the whole thing back together again.
I don't remember.
It will
how
make
to
for
make
a
Dreamwood.
very... Dreamwood is living wood through the trading system. It'll make for a very interesting couple of streams where, you know, we throw the shard down, we watch the whole island get created, basically. Ground get moved. It's actually like one of those very satisfying things to have happen.
Have barbarians.
And then we'll take the create engine stuff and we'll go and we'll recreate the island in another location. And watching the create cannon make things is also rather satisfying to watch as a whole. Figured it'd make for a really cool thing to...
These barbarians are so dumb.
Just watch.
Standing in the fire. Fire feel good? Oh, they died. There's many more though.
They're out having a hot time.
Yeah, trying to get them to follow me. So that the guards
we're just
can
going to
kill
go this
them.
way a little bit.
Oh man, they're lobbing all kinds of flame at me.
Well, standing around is kind of boring. You're welcome to come hop in and play over here. Again, we have a lot of stuff already pre-set up, so if you need things to get started with, we're happy to help. I think I just ran into one of my builds. That's problematic. That's all right. All right. If you're in, and I don't care, people can... here, let's do it this way. Where is... Get you over to the Discord channel.
Oh, where is...
This would be a good link for a little bit.
I'm missing a reader. Oh, there he is.
There's a link to the Discord channel.
Hey, Mr. Raider Man.
Oh, it beamed. Hey, welcome. All right, and then I think we actually have the server here in. You know what? I will get you the server information now that you showed up over here. Yeah, it's not always fun to just watch everybody else do things, and you're like, oh, I really just want to play. Come on. Where did I put? There we go.
So, do you have any of these runes already made for this thing?
Negatory. That would be a big fat no.
So you have no runes of winter, autumn, or summer, or spring?
No, none of that.
Rod of Bifrost. That does not sound like something easy to get.
Sure it is.
It is?
Yep.
What do you do? Make a wand and throw it through?
No.
Oh, no, it's elementium and pixie dust? Where am I going to get pixie dust? Oh, a mana pearl through there.
There you go, Zotacus. I sent you a PM with the... Do make certain that you are on that version, because that's the current version. I'll get it updated to the 3.4.5 later this weekend, but that's the version we're on right now. Once you pop in, you should pop into our welcome center, and then from there, it's however we can help, whatever you want to do. Just put that right there for right now. Hey, there we go. Welcome to the party, my friend.
Let's see.
Wow, that actually worked out well. I had just enough to go all the way around. I am ecstatic that worked out so well.
It's an iron.
Yeah, help yourself. We do limit the world size around here, so it's like only like 8,000 blocks in either direction. But like I said, there's so few of us here. Help yourself. Pick a direction. You should be fine.
Well, which direction did Lucy and them go?
They're like in the very far southeast of the map. Yeah, 8,000 is huge. I didn't think we needed anything more than that. Like, just plug that thing in and not select the network. Oh, I'm so terrible. And just like that, we made a new friend.
Oh.
Tell everybody, if you got questions about...
So if I throw blocks through, will I get blocks back, or do I have to throw through ingots?
You have to, for what?
I don't know. Don't I need to?
Through.
Okay. I don't remember where my ender pearls are.
If you throw a block through there, I don't think the conversion works out well. Okay. Ah, good. You found all of the opener stuff that we put in there for people.
So the purple teleporters, which are the ones with the purple writing. Oh, waystones. There we go. Right word.
Share stones.
Share stones. Go to Makuzi's stuff. And then the teal ones go to mine, and there aren't many of those. The black go to Nori stuff. There's a whole lot of those. So there you go. How is it that I only have 2 stacks of ender eyes now? I need to go. Didn't we make an ender farm?
Yes, we made an ender farm.
That's what I thought. I used to have a whole box of ender eyes. I'm down to 2 stacks.
We also have a guardian farm too.
Well, I'm trying to think of what else I need to throw through there.
All kinds of stuff.
Iron and ender pearls to make mana pearls. What else do I need to throw through there?
Diamonds, but that's really expensive.
I don't have any. I've never gone mining. I've been so lazy.
You've kind of been letting the mine colony take care of a lot of that mess.
Yeah, I could go check my warehouse. I might have a few now, but this area is actually fairly well mined out.
I am going to drop channels down to general in case Zotacus, you want to hop in and ask any questions that you have. If not, then I'll just sit right here where we're at.
I'll go to general. It's fine. We can hang out.
There.
Hello.
Easy for people.
All right.
I like making it easy. Where was I back at? Flux. Morning, Zotacus.
Good morning.
How goes it?
Good morning.
I'm actually going to go grab another cup of coffee, and
Hey,
we
on.
we will get started.
Go for it.
Oh.
But hey, appreciate the invite. I'm looking forward to this. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to find a little spot for myself, and I'm going to get the colony started. You know, it's something simple to get started, and probably get started right away on Tetra and Astral Sorcery.
Go for it. We have a lot of the stuff, the buildings and whatnot already made. So if you just want to, like,
you're welcome to use those.
Tempting.
But you can make your own too.
Tempting.
You want to make your own? You can. Well, you know, some portions of Astral Sorcery are just not fun to do.
Right. It takes time.
Yeah, it's up to you, but it's all good.
I will think about it when I go grab my cup of coffee.
Go get you.
Right back.
Yeah, go get your coffee. It'll be fine. I have got to upgrade this reactor. It is not going to be big enough. We're going to start pulling mechanism.
I just sworn they were in here. What did I do with the stoofs?
Let's see.
That's a problem.
6. We need a bunch of those, so we're going to need 5 more of these.
I had those mana spreaders. Or, mana spreaders. The things that spread it between the pools and those extra pools.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know how I had 4 pools set up instead of just 2, and I had the things in the middle that spread the mana, and we tinkied them up. Remember? So that I'd only have 1 pool, so it would fill faster. Well, now I've reached the point where my mana things are still running, and I need more pools.
You're talking about the. Okay.
Oh, there they are. I found where he stuck them.
The splitters.
Yes,
that's what they're called.
Splitters. Couldn't remember.
Yeah.
I just.
Caps, if you want to know anything, since she's on the phone right now, if you want to know anything about mine colonies, Shale is like the resident expert on the server about all things mine colonies.
Oh, but I am by no means an expert, so there you go. No, I am not that great at it.
She is the foremost expert on the server. You have
Nope.
questions, she would be the one to ask.
I might be the foremost expert on the server, but I'm not an expert.
Still, that's right. This thing takes so much
I'm just all down for
redstone.
having other people do the building
There's
for me.
got to be a way to make redstone. Oh, there is glowstone, or we can double it.
Okay. So, oh wow, those other pools filled up very quickly.
Yes. Well, that's the problem with that particular setup, though, is it never stops running. So you gotta like constantly use it, or you lose it.
Well, that's why I need a button to turn it on and off.
That's okay. I have got a way to make use of your excess mana.
Yeah, so I've got this stuff to throw through. What do? I throw it through and it throws it back?
Yeah. Just pitch right through there. That's exactly what it does. All right. Up this way, this way.
I only got ender pearls back. I didn't get them all back. Oh, they have to be mana pearls before I throw them.
Yes. I do this, and I have once again failed to drink enough coffee and have taken the long way to get over here.
Sorry.
All right, there we go.
The keyboard and I are.
Oh, I can't take from that one because he's being used to feel. You know what? That's all right. I'm gonna borrow from this guy anyways. One conjuration. Because I need gobs of redstone. And we are going to get it. Yep. Did I seriously?
What did you do?
That's all right. That should get me started. Keep forgetting I have this box. It's all good. Swap this one for our fortune. Careful with that red one there.
Huh?
Huh?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you.
Red one. Oh, the conjuration catalyst. Okay. I don't know anything. I am using up mana.
Yeah.
Making mana steel.
I ate up about half the mana in that real quick.
I'm making mana steel to throw through the thingy.
Okay. Now
The gate.
we've got redstone to use.
Did you need redstone or something?
Flux uses a ton of redstone.
Oh, okay.
And I've been working on an upgraded power system because that was the other thing that I was working on was some mechanism. And it needs a lot of redstone.
See how this goes now.
And so I keep going to redstone like there's no tomorrow. All right, let's see. Yeah, you can go in there. I said keep going through redstone. I keep going through flux dust, which is made from redstone, and slapping it between two rocks.
So where do I get the pixie dust that I need?
Pixie dust. Throw a mana pearl through the trader.
Okay. Well, at least you get 1 for 1 back with the mana pearls. You only get 1 for 2 back for the mana. But I have elementium and pixie dust. Remember what else I needed to do.
Okay.
I need to get a chunk loader though.
3 more of those.
Aren't there chunk loaders for this mod pack?
Yes, there are chunk loaders. There are lots of chunk loaders.
I just need one to.
have. Oh.
Oh.
I think he left himself standing around outside when he went to go get his coffee.
I think so.
That's all right. Do I seriously not have any? No mana pearls. All right. Well, take our Eternium sword, and it is off to go collect some mana pearls. Let's see.
What's I do again? Dreamwood, you says living wood through there, right?
Yep. Okay. Were you over at the Ender Farm recently?
No.
Wow.
Why?
Because it's gotten busy over here. Oh, that's a good one. Where'd my mouse go?
But I would take a couple stacks of ender pearls since I'm low. And you're over there. Let's see.
Some good jams going now. I have an
Netherite ingot. Get a netherite ingot. Rod of Bifrost. Oh, I need a dragon stone. What is a dragon stone?
I could not. You'll have to look it up.
Oh, it's dragonstone ore from Mythic Botany, which you get. That's. I have looked it up. It doesn't really tell me anything.
Okay, we have.
I don't know where we get this dragonstone ore.
What do you need dragonstone for?
I have to put it into a furnace to make the dragonstone. I need dragonstone ore to make dragon. I need dragonstone.
You need
The Bifrost wand thingy.
you need the Ron the Bifrost.
I need the rod of Bifrost to make the
Okay.
mana infuser.
When you left click on the dragonstone, right, and you get the list of things, there's a tab up there called Elven Trade. And in order to get the dragonstone, you throw a mana diamond through the trader.
Where this is in the JEI?
Yes.
Where is this tab?
So you left click on the Rod of Bifrost in the little, and then you left click on the dragonstone, and then it's the fourth one over. It says Elven Trade. Hey, welcome back, Zotacus.
Thank you.
I don't have that fourth one over. I have crafting, automated shaped crafting, and blacksmith. You died, by the way. I don't know where you are to come,
Oh no, it's okay.
protect you.
Are you right?
I don't have that
left
fourth
clicking?
tab. I'm left clicking. You are welcome to walk in here and look at my computer and tell me what I'm doing wrong. Which is exactly what he's gonna do.
Left click on the dragonstone, Elven Trade.
Oh, left click on that's the fifth tab over. Smarty pants. Okay, now I just need a diamond. How many diamonds? I have been diamond poor in this mod pack because I have not gone mining. I'm so lazy. That is only amusing because normally I have lots of diamonds because I spend a lot of time mining. But I told myself I was going to let the miner mine in this one. And not me.
Is there any particular direction that's less populated?
Northwest and east are all unpopulated.
And east.
If you're going you're at the Welcome Center, right?
Yes.
So predominantly, Shale and myself are south of the Welcome Center.
Then far south is Makuzi and her group of people.
No, Makuzi and her group are to the northeast. Very far to the northeast. They're like 74. They're right at the borderline. Way to the northeast. If you're looking for like completely uninhabited, nobody's touched it, it's barren, isolated, whatnot, I would say west is going to be your best bet because I've got like nothing to the west of the Welcome Center.
West it is.
I mean, we've done a little bit of flying and whatnot over there, but yeah, there's...
Well, west of the Welcome Center was the original spawn point for the server, so...
Yeah, we've relocated that. But, yeah. Due west or due east. Myself, Katoa, and Shale, we're all pretty much south. And then the other group of players that have showed up are all to the northeast. Very far to the northeast.
So technically, you could go north, too.
Yeah.
There's nobody up there.
That's a nice happening little server, and there's a few people. Where in the world do I keep moving this stuff and absolutely losing it? I am losing my mind this morning.
Honey, I got news for you. You lost your mind a very long time ago, and it's not coming back. It ran away. It ran away, just like mine did. It's not coming back.
There we go.
Let's see.
I tell you, I like what they did with the fortress to the Nether. The upgrades they did to that. That was fantastic. All right. You want flex blocks.
Let's see. Sort. See if I have anything good in the warehouse.
All right.
Got some ore.
There we go. Now we got a bigger battery. That'll work. Okay.
So I guess the way you would get dragonstone ore is you'd throw dragonstone.
No. The way you get dragonstone ore is you go into Alfheim and you dig it out of the ground.
Oh yeah.
Well, we can't get there yet. That's what we're doing this.
All right.
How do I open these geodes?
You put it on your Tetra workbench and you smack it with a hammer.
Oh, my engineering hammer thing. I don't even think I have a Tetra workstation anymore. I have to find my hammer.
Take a crafting table and you whack it with your hammer.
Yeah, I gotta find the hammer first. Why?
Oh, this is fabulous.
Oh my goodness. What is that? Somebody else giving me a hard time besides you?
Me? No, never.
No, no. No, it's somebody else to answer the questions that I get plagued with.
Oh, yeah.
How do I do?
Half the time I'm just talking to myself and you answer, so it's all good. Just preferable because I know my brain actually doesn't have an answer. I have no mining stuff whatsoever in this warehouse. What is going on? I think
Your
it's just,
miner
I think
has gone on holiday.
Oh. He's sleeping.
I can't
All my
buy told me
sleeping
he can take
bags
the night off.
outside. My sleeping bags outside.
By the way, Zotacus, since you are on the server now, you can also be included. If you happen to, as you're meandering about, discover a sleeping bag on the ground, that is one of the very many lost sleeping bags of Shale.
Oh.
And if you get a hold of one of those and return those to her, apparently she has put up a 64 diamond reward bounty.
No. I have not put up
diamonds.
I have not put up that bounty. You have put up that bounty, and you are the one that will have to pay it. That's all I have to say.
64 diamonds. Wow, I'm gonna find a couple of them then. That's
Oh, there's a few out there.
She has a tendency to put them down and then wake back up after sleeping in them, forget that they're there, and take off.
It's because in this mod pack they don't automatically. It's the ones that stay on the ground, and I forget that I'll put them down to work in an area, and I'll pack up everything to leave, and forget that I have it down there for easy sleeping. I do know the one that Katoa found and brought back was located very close to another one that I left in the same location, but he hasn't found that one yet. I think I should go get it and turn it in for 64 diamonds because I know where it is.
If you know where it is,
but there's a few.
Diamond reward.
Well, okay.
Is the understatement of the year.
There's a few sleeping bags laying. Because I live up to my name, Captain.
Yeah, power. We have mechanism going now. Let's see what else. What else?
Not my fault.
So sidetracked.
All the ADHD's fault. It's not my fault. What was it? I was looking for diamonds. That's right. And my miner is doing nothing. Roust him. He's not doing it.
All right, what mechanism? Smelter enrichment. All right, we need some more machines now for this.
Ooh, I think.
So if you would like any basic supplies, I will be happy to gather some up for you. If you don't, that's okay.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm just going to get just
Settled in.
my base settled in, and I'm going to figure out where I want to go. I've got to get Tinder already for a space here. Beautiful mountain range next to a plains area. It's kind of nice.
Hey, rock on. Sounds like a good spot.
Dude, what are you doing? My miner is just standing here at the bottom because he burnt the place down and he never rebuilt it.
I shouldn't laugh.
So he's just standing down there at the bottom and he can't even get out to sleep because he dug himself. Well, he burnt out the floor and he never rebuilt it. So he's 2 blocks down. So he doesn't even leave. Fix this. It's also very dark in here.
Oh, I keep forgetting about the atomic disassembler. That is like probably my second favorite tool to use.
Oh yes, the Roadrunner.
Oh yes, that's the one that shoots the laser beams from the sky.
No, the atomic disassembler. That's a mechanism. That's the mechanism's version of the AOT, the all-in-one tool.
Oh yes. I was sorry. I was thinking of Britannia's wand. I can't remember the name of it. It's long. The one that shoots that laser beams. But yes.
Oh, the mana blaster.
Not necessarily the mana blaster. Let me see what it's at.
Not mana blaster.
Am I gonna get him to fix these floors?
I think what other laser beam? Well, there's a number of these rods. I haven't played around with
Unstable
all of
reservoir. That's the one.
Ah. Okay, I know which one you're talking about now.
Dude, you keep leaving all these dark spots down here. You're gonna get eaten by a mob. Well, your name is Darwin, so apparently you would like to qualify for the Darwin Awards. Don't have a miner named Darwin. He is the dumbest miner I think I've had in a very long time.
Well, you could always just fire him and get yourself a new one.
Yeah, that's very
Right.
true. Because he burnt up all his whole mine shaft, so there's no floors anymore. It's just a speckling of. I rebuilt this building, but apparently he can't be bothered to rebuild his
Get some more iron.
his floors.
Oh, you got hit with that stupid bird too.
Come steal your food.
Yeah.
That's fine.
There is everlasting beef. If you would like.
There is
Like what?
everlasting beef. I forgot about that. That's from drop from a cow. It's a rare drop.
Yeah.
Yes, but when
go ahead.
When you do mine colonies and you have a cow herder, you have several pieces of everlasting beef because they kill so many cows.
They're very useful for that. If it wasn't for my cow herder, I'd be up a creek because I don't get my luck's not so great when it comes to rare drops. All right, metallurgic infuser.
All right. Well, unless you have some diamonds, I'm done.
I
to
have
mining.
no diamonds.
Because my miner is.
I have 1 diamond. I take that back. There's 1 diamond here. Do I have more diamonds somewhere else? Nope. My other ore box is pretty well empty.
Where's my
Maybe.
clip? I've lost.
Oh, I've got 46 diamonds.
I used to
Found some
have
diamonds.
46 diamonds, but mine are all gone. Let's see.
Redstone. I just put the redstone box away. Sorry, there's some redstone in here.
Somebody wants a block of coal. I think my builder needs to learn how to make a.
Alright, I'm gonna get those going.
I've neglected my colony for like 2 weeks.
That's okay to do. We, with all the different mods that this mod pack offers, it's pretty easy to ignore the colony for a good 2 weeks.
Oh, I think I'm working on
Oh, I ignored the whole mod pack all week. I've been playing vanilla all week. I want to play the new stuff so bad. But I don't want it to be on a server that's going to be useless, so I don't know.
Is this actually getting charged? Or is the transfer rate as such that it is not? Oh, maybe this thing just can't put it out that fast.
You can't make a block of coal.
Okay. I think I figured out the root of the problem. That's fine.
Miner can make, not miner, blacksmith.
Oh yes, I actually have more roof. I can put the roof up too in here. Haha.
I think 3,000 blocks is good enough. It's quite a good distance.
Yeah. Everybody likes these large numbers when they go out. They're like, I'm gonna go out in this general direction. Okay.
It almost seems like they're not social. I don't know.
Yeah. It's like, okay. Exactly.
I don't know. I think the next server we should get on there and delineate areas for people to build that aren't so far away from each other and be like, these are the areas you have to pick from and call it a day.
Hey, if you want me to be close, I'll come down to the south if you'd rather have someone close.
It's all good. I find it interesting to watch people. Everybody does Minecraft differently, and it's always interesting to see how people go about doing how they prefer to play. I don't have a particular issue. You play the way you want to play. That's just fine. It's just it's a trend I've noticed. Like Katoa came on, and Katoa is really bad about, hey, I'm here, and he hasn't even set up his base, and he'll go pick a direction, and he's gone for 6, 7, 8,000 blocks. Ow.
He doesn't ever build a base. He likes it when we all start out in the same base, and then you and I do our thing, and he just comes back and uses the base. Bother.
Yeah, he comes and raises his supplies. So where'd you fall
Well,
from?
he doesn't even move out of our base. He just stays there.
I tried to hop in a boat to fall from the top of a mountain range, but it didn't want me to do that. So
Aha.
You just fell from the top of the mountain range.
yeah,
I see.
I thought the boat was going to save me.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've had that happen occasionally when the server, like the server doesn't get a whole lot of latency. I mean, there's not usually a whole lot of people on it.
Oh, I see that. We're doing pretty good with our ping and everything. It's great.
Yeah, but occasionally, every now and again, it'll like, no, I'm gonna lag, and when it does, weird things happen. And I've looked at all of like the resources and everything else, and I'm like, okay, there's no reason for you to have done that. You just decided you were going to just be rude and kill somebody.
I don't know.
It just is
The
what it
server's
is.
supposed to hold, what, 300 people or something?
It can.
Is
We've got it. We've got it clipped a little low right now, but I can always raise that up.
I don't want to play on a server with 300 people. I think it would be good to have about 20.
It's all good. I keep wanting to see exactly how many people and how much activity we can get going on the server to get an idea of at what point does it decide to go, yeah, no, you have to stop. It's too much.
Well, you're the one that invites people to the server.
Yes. Well, it's not like I say anybody else can't invite people to the server. That's not true.
Well, I know. I've just been slacking because every time I try and stream, there's another problem and I've given up. So, forget it.
Mikuze brought a bunch of her friends to come play.
Yeah.
It was the last big migration of people we had show up was from Mikuze and her friends. But yes, Zotacus, if you got friends, people, whatever, you got people that you want to play with and they need somewhere to come hang out at, they're welcome to come.
Friends?
Fine. Yes, friends.
I don't have any friends. No. There's a couple of people I have in mind. Yeah, I'll reach out to them and see if they're interested.
Yeah, we don't. Like I said, we put this whole thing together in order to remind
find people to game with. Honestly.
Yep. We used to do the MMO scene really heavily back in the day, and so we're used to like large guilds of people, lots of people to play with and go do things with, and so we kind of miss that.
The whole point of streaming was to find people to come do Minecraft with us. Probably not the normal streaming, the normal reason for streaming.
Well, I mean, I'd say it worked. I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job. More coffee.
More coffee. We have a gentleman that plays Gunfire with us.
Oh yeah, gosh, I saw you guys playing Gunfire Reborn yesterday. Also, it looked like a lot of fun.
It's
so he probably laughed really good at me.
No,
I have no idea.
I enjoyed that game. I just haven't been on it in quite some time, and ever since they had the dog character put into it, so it's been a little while.
Yeah, so we were doing Gunfire. We've been trying to get enough people together to do Unfortunate
Spaceman, which I really enjoy That is far more suited to my playstyle compared to Gunfire Reborn, which is just I'm not a kid. That's all there is to it. And I use the term kid loosely because our oldest is 26.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so I use the term kid loosely because I'm not young. I am of that elusive generation between the millennials and the boomers that we just get forgotten about. It's great. We don't exist.
All right.
Gen X doesn't exist anymore. Watching this, who is it? Barbara Walters. It was one of the really older reporters that still does specials once in a while. I don't think it was Barbara Walters. She passed away, didn't she? And she was talking about, she was doing this whole thing on why millennials hate the generation that came before them so much, the boomers. And I'm like, lady, there's a whole generation of people
Yeah, they
between
kind of
the millennials and the boomers. We're still here. Hello. It just kind of cracks me up. It's because we are sandwiched between two very large generations. We're a small
It's
generation.
all good. It's just fine.
It cracks me up though.
But yep.
Oh yeah.
There you go. That's I tell everybody when in streams, I'm like, we're doing this just to make friends, to meet new people, to have a blast and have a good time.
That is all accurate.
So,
dude, you can't have an Alf steal AOT. Why is it that you want you'll take Elementium? I see.
don't give them the expensive tools. Are you kidding me? They want it because it satisfies their requirements. You like to give these guys the really expensive tools, and then they just like destroy them in 2 seconds.
Yeah, depending on their level, you should be able to give them enchanted equipments, and you can probably do like an iron with indestructible even for tools.
Yeah, no, the indestructible doesn't work for them.
It should.
I carried that experiment out one time, and they shoot through that tool just as easily as anything else.
But that was a while ago.
Yes, this is true. It was a couple mod
It was a
packs
couple.
ago.
Yes, so it could be different. I'm willing to try it out because I'm really good at finding. I'm really good at finding the indestructible stuff when I go mining.
You want a Stellarite?
I have a few of those.
Talk to her.
Let's see. I have a Stellarite, Eternal Stella ready to go. I think I actually have. Yep, I have another Stellarite piece and 4 X-petrified orbs. I can. Oh, I have 19 diamonds. Oh.
See, you had diamonds.
Score. Okay.
But yeah, because Crete has this really fun schematic cannon system that does an auto building for you based off from whatever you blueprint. So it's kind of like the build tools where you can copy and paste a thing.
Yes, I've seen it before.
And it is the coolest thing to actually watch that guy go through and actually put something together, because he literally fires at, and so far based on my testing, he doesn't actually have a specific range. Looks like as long as he's got the blocks and knows where he's putting it at, he'll just fire it, and so you can actually watch the blocks fly through the air and then just land. And it is the wildest thing to watch. So,
well,
I figured that would make for one epic stream to watch, is raise an island, and then, in between that stream and the next one, tear the island apart after you carbon copy it, and then go somewhere else and put it back up together using the schematic cannon and just watch that thing go to work.
That would definitely be
Rattlesnake to
interesting.
kill you. Is that what I read? Did I read that right? Yes.
What?
Slain by a rattlesnake.
Yeah, I was punching some rabbits on the way back to my old death point, and the rattlesnake crossed in front of my path of punching this little bunny, and
So what
and
happened was.
and then he got his
Okay.
buddy on it. I don't know. I was being bitten by like 2 or 3 rattlesnakes. There was no winning.
It just Kalia.
I got beat up by a bunny. Let's just be clear here.
So there's a guy who came with Mikuzi and her company called Kelia, and if there is a way to die on this server, I swear
He has found
figured
it.
out.
He dies a lot. I thought I died a lot. I thought Katoa died a lot.
What makes the whole thing funny is occasionally he'll pop into chat and be like, "Hey, do you know what this is? Should I even mess with that?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, no, that's a bad thing. You shouldn't touch that." Okay, I'm running away from that, and then like 2 seconds later, something else steps on him.
Just he dies a lot. Poor guy.
It's funny.
Okay. So now I can make
Lead plates. I'm gonna need a bunch of lead plates. I don't think I have any lead.
okay.
I have a little
Now,
bit, but not enough.
make the rod of my rod. Not that way though.
Yeah, we wanted to get enough bodies together to do a couple rounds of like Unfortunate Spaceman, just because I think that looks like the better Among Us version. I had to have my opinions on the matter. That and Katoa screams like a little girl, and it's just funny to listen to.
Our son screams like a girl.
Oh, he does.
He does. It's great. He's not as bad as his cousin. Michael is far worse. Let's see.
All right. I need lead.
Rune of Pride. 2 mana diamonds, a rune of fire, and a rune of... Oh, man.
I don't think I'm carrying lead around with me.
Okay, I have runes of fire and runes of water.
No. All right. Lead ore. Okay. We have lead now.
Do we?
Well, I do.
I have a lot of lead ore.
Storage system.
Yeah. Okay. So...
I'm just gonna throw it into the iron making machine. Yeah, I think it's my favorite part of the create mod pack is you don't need a villager to make an iron farm.
Yeah, I haven't gotten into Crit as much as I probably should, because I know it's very versatile and there's a lot of things you can do with it.
It's also a real pain in the neck. If you
Well,
ask me.
that's half the fun of it, though, isn't it? Where you can actually build your own system and yeah.
Well, that's what I enjoy it for. I make the things that I want to make and how I want to make and how I want it to look. There we go.
Okay, winter, autumn, summer, spring, air. Make a whole bunch of room. Rune of spring is water and fire.
And while this iron farm is not nearly as fast as a normal villager iron farm, I didn't have to fight with villagers.
Carpets and feathers and strings.
I see you have a lot of people so far, at least what I've been seeing, that don't like to destroy the overworld. So that's nice.
We try to
I don't
build.
think anybody likes to destroy that. We will absolutely decimate a sand area.
Oh, sure.
Class. That we will do. And there's already one set up through the black teleporters. It's called Sandpalooza. And there may or may not be one or two of my bedrolls over there. Well, there used to be two. Katoa found one. There's still one over there. That's all I'm going to say.
Leave my naming schemes alone.
I liked it.
Yeah, no, we try not to. I like building more in line with the natural area that's here. And I like to. My natural building style is to avoid like the big garish. Like I've seen some worlds where there's they do the big wool statues of like anime characters or something like that.
Oh, sure.
And that always just kind of feels out of sync.
I think
with
it
the
looks
area.
cool, but I'm not going to do it.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. It nothing overly dramatic or gaudy. It needs to blend in with the environment or with the architectural styles that you already see. I
Yeah.
agree with that.
It's one of those. If you were just meandering around and came across the mine colony where I'm at right now, there's a big mansion on top of a mountain. Okay, well, there's where the lord of the castle lives at. There's a big stone wall around the whole place. It fits, functionally fits. It doesn't feel out of sorts, I guess.
I don't know. I'll destroy stuff and then I'll put it back after. I've gotten pretty good at. Oh, what's the word? I've not had enough coffee.
Well, it's not that I didn't make you any.
You did. It was wonderful. You came and put it down on the table next to my face. It woke me up. It's like, yeah, I should get up. Let's see. Yep. No brain today. It is dribbled right out of my ear.
It's all right. Those things.
Carpet, string, and something.
Don't like
I have no string. I don't think I built the Fletcher again yet. Do you have a Fletcher?
Yes, I have a Fletcher.
Oh, good. I'll just go to your house and order string. That's so bad. But I don't think we can't make string from wool, right?
No.
I thought you could with flint.
I don't think you can in this mod pack.
String
I'll try it though.
String is gathered from a plant in your crafting grid. Otherwise, you can do it by villager trading, the spinning wheel.
Oh yeah, that's it. And silkworms, you can use silkworm cocoons to make silk thread and make string that way as well.
Yeah, except for they got the silkworm stuff turned off in this mod.
No, it's not. It's there.
It's not? Because I looked it up. I thought it was turned off.
No, it's there. You can also throw wool in crushing wheels.
Oh.
Throw wool in the milling machine, but that's like a really, really bad idea.
You have crushing wheels, though. How easy is it to get to your... I haven't looked at your create setup. Not easy. Okay.
You can also... mechanism, if you make a crusher and mechanism, you can throw wool in that, too.
Oh, I have a crusher, I think. A smelter, an infuser, and... Oh, yes, I have a crusher. Ooh, I haven't checked my fuel source in a while. I may not want to use that. Let's see how my reactor's doing. Ever really use it much, but oh, I have plenty of ice.
Weird.
I haven't made any upgrades for this crusher. It's gonna take a while. That's okay.
There. I'm starting to look functionally well enough. Okay. I have managed to do everything except for make anything more new in mechanism. Good job. This has been a wonderful Saturday morning coffee.
Hey, string, woohoo!
I don't care. We have made a new friend and got a new member to our happy family. I'm good.
To our happy family.
Welcome to
Yes.
MS.
Yes.
Yeah. So where are you located in the world?
I am in the States. I am in Texas.
Ah.
Oh. Is that a good thing?
Yeah, that's a great thing. It's it's hot and a lot of food, I guess, a lot of steak.
A lot of steak. Yeah, I do remember that driving through Texas. I have friends that live in Texas. They probably wish they didn't live in Texas, but they do.
We are in the happy lands of the Carolinas. No, I should say the southern Carolinas, anyways. Filled with a lot of grumpy people.
South Carolina filled with lots of grumpy people. Texas is filled with some grumpy people too at the moment.
I think the states in general
they're having an identity crisis and they're a little grumpy.
That's a nice way of putting it. Let's see.
If they would make it so, people had to tell the truth again, then we would not be so grumpy with each other and we'd be more grumpy with people we should be. Which are the people who are awful of it. Anyway. Texas is a very large state. I've driven through it many times. It tends to be tends to be in the way between me and going back to visit my family in Colorado. So
I need more.
When we were driving out to South Carolina from New Mexico, it was kind of funny because we went through 10, so we went through not through the largest part of the state, but pretty close to it while driving. Nori was like, "Oh, we'll just drive through Texas tomorrow," and I just started laughing. I'm like, "Yeah, that 1,000 miles right across there. We'll just do that real quick, no problem."
Sure.
You know, we'll be driving through Texas for one day, maybe. We might. I think we stopped just inside, just before flowers. Before we have a friend in Lubbock and Anna.
All right.
Yeah, the state's a lot of fun. I think the most interesting thing about Texas is that all the large cities, Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, they they don't like each other too much.
No, they don't.
And it's whether it's due to sports teams or just general traffic from differences, uh,
I think
or
pretty
attitudes even.
significant political differences in
Yeah.
between some of those cities
Yes.
too. Like San Antonio and Austin are probably get along a little bit better with each other, but
Well, I mean, okay, out of all of them, I think most of the cities do get along with San Antonio because San Antonio is probably the better of all of them, in my opinion. But
I used
besides
to
the
want to
point,
move to Austin until about 2 years ago when the rest of the world moved there.
rest of the world being California, but yeah, I understand.
Oh, but see, I am from Colorado, so I lived through one of the original invasions of California, and no thanks.
Yeah, that's what's happening
They
right now.
say
It's
they are not bringing their politics. They lie. They say they're wonderful people. They lie.
Okay.
I just know. No, it's really disturbing when you're used to people. We used to pull over in Colorado for trash on the side of the road. People would pull over and pick it up because, it's just what you did. And then California invaded, and now there's trash everywhere. Back
I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, why can't I get back here? You can't get back here. Well, yeah, you can't get back here because it's blocked off. And I'm being stupid.
okay.
Maybe there
Okay.
was vast quantities of people running around picking up after people. Why they throw their trash everywhere? I don't know. For me, Texas is just too hot, too dry, too.
I live in Houston, so it's not really dry over here.
No, it's not.
Right on the Gulf, so it's
Oh,
but it's
yeah.
yeah.
I used to live in New Orleans. Houston's like one of the closer big cities for shopping.
Yes.
Okay.
My daughter drives to Houston to go to IKEA. Because she lives in New Orleans. Again. But
If I'm not mistaken. Yes.
I
that
needed
is
something
exactly
else
how that
besides
works.
carpet.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, I think I found my house, my home.
Well, cool. Where's that?
It is way. It's due west.
There you go. That's a good answer.
That doesn't give me coordinates.
Once I actually establish the at least what's that, the camp, supply camp,
let,
I will share those coordinates.
let the man get settled in.
Oh, it would take me a while to get over there.
No, it wouldn't. No.
Let's see.
All right.
Oh, it's dark outside. What do I do with my bedroll?
You know, if you
Words
left
you
it
will hear
somewhere.
often. No, I picked it up. So no. So maybe eventually I can take down all those signs you put everywhere that said wanted bedrolls. 64 diamond. Because you troll. Okay. I don't remember what I was making.
I don't know.
I suppose I should just write this down. I need mushrooms and saplings.
I don't know what that's for.
Need a notebook. You know, it's getting serious when I'm like, I need a notebook to write this all down. Yeah, it's in this. Oh. Oh, no. That's. Can't use that
That's
one.
not good. Hmm. Oh, that's not good at all.
What?
Oh, I set down my redstone box somewhere.
Oh.
I thought I had that in my bags.
You can borrow my redstone box. I have one. It's in the house. Well, it's in my very sparse cave with doors on it. On the wall with all the other crates. And there's a piece of redstone. But I don't think I have nearly as much good stuff in my redstone crate as you do. Is that a wanted? I'll give you 64 diamonds for your redstone crate you left some.
No, it's not a wanted.
I have water and fire. I need to make earth, mushroom, coal, diorite. Oh, well, stone.
That's weird. No, what else can we hit?
Feather. That's what I needed.
It's attached to that key.
You still have chickens up over there?
Still have what up over here?
Did you ever put a chicken herder up?
No.
Oh, that was me. I think I had it up very long. I tore it down.
I see.
Zombie spawner. Wonderful.
What?
All right. We need to go visit somebody.
We do? where I Father would live. Hopefully in a storage drawer so I can find. Really need to get around to making the storage.
Yes, because I found it. No, I didn't find it. That's not it.
What'd you find?
I didn't
What's
leave it
that?
here.
Oh. Well, mine only has 6 stacks of redstone in it, and 1 comparator, and 4 repeaters, and 3 torches. Some other stuff that really doesn't belong in there.
This is going to be what my Saturday is going to look like now. Wonderful day indeed.
Oh. My Undertaker resurrected Zara.
Ah.
My archer that died. My mob. I got my Undertaker to level 3. That's the first person that's been resurrected in my colony.
Cool.
First person that's died in a while. Powder.
Yeah, no, it's just... Well, there you go. Probably stuck it down somewhere stupid. And now I can't find it. Old man brain.
Okay, well, I can tell you, you don't sound like you're originally from Houston. Your accent is void.
You are correct. I moved here. My wife and I moved here to Houston probably about 11 years ago. We moved from Wisconsin.
That's what I'm hearing. You've lost a lot of your Wisconsin too, though.
Yes. Well, I'm originally from mid Texas, and I don't know. I was always ended up with more of a Chicago accent.
Okay, you sound kind of Plains adjacent. Plains being Colorado, Wyoming, Nevada, Utah,
Oh, sure.
North Dakota, South Dakota. It's the way you say sure that sounds Wisconsin. But your accent is not thick.
No.
Wisconsin, that's for sure. All right, I guess
That's
it would be more.
the better thing about living within the city because it's
not rural Wisconsin.
right.
There
And
we go.
most of my family have the really thick Texas accent, and it's sometimes hard to understand.
I've lived in the South long enough now that I can understand that one. Think of U.S. accents I can't understand. Like there are any.
I think I might have just thrown it on the ground somewhere and it has despawned.
Hello. Right behind you.
Yep, I saw you. Because I have now officially gone and backtracked to everywhere I would have put that stupid thing down at.
There's a little bit of stuff. Yeah, but I think you probably have.
It's all good. I'll just make another one.
What's I doing here? I was trying to find mushrooms. That's what I was doing. Yep, no brain today. At all.
Drink more coffee.
What I need to do is get up and start getting stuff on my desk taken apart. Kitties come tomorrow.
Yes.
We're getting new kitties tomorrow.
She's very
Had no
excited about that.
animals for a year. Been animalless.
Cookie things and crushing things and milling things and.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a break and wake up and get moving and do something. Then I'll be back in an hour or two because I'll need a break.
I am just going to move on without the. I just have to make some more. That's what it boils down to. It'll be all right. It's not the end of the world.
What do you need?
Huh?
What do you need?
I want my redstone box. That's what I want.
Well, I understand that, but
that's not going to happen because it's gone now.
yes. So what else? You need to make more of what?
I am going to have to make more redstone components. So pusher pistons and sticky pistons and comparators, repeaters. I had a bunch of create redstone equipment in there, like a full stack of redstone blocks. It was a very full box of redstone stuff.
Well, I have 48 blocks of redstone. Put it in the box with the redstone stuff.
I got an emu egg. You want an emu egg?
But you can just take out the stuff that this and
all right. So,
moving the stuff out of here.
Crusher, energizer, smelter.
The stuff in my rail box.
All right. So I don't know that I need a sawmill for anything off the top of my head. We will need that. Oh, that's the upgraded enrichment chamber. I'm not worried about that. Large confuser. All right.
Where are you at?
I am in my basement.
Wow, that's a lot of signs.
What's a lot of signs?
Oh, Focus was here. Take that, liberals. Oh, hi, Nori. Didn't see there.
Huh?
No more signs to place. Time to commit theft. Yo, chopped down a tree, made some signs. I made too many signs. Now I have to use them all. Focus was here. Take that, liberals. Oh, hi, Nori. Didn't see you there. Oh, what's that bulge? UWU?
Where are you at? Welcome Center?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, UWU, from my understanding, stands for Uwu, and Uwu is, I don't know. I don't understand the term.
Focus is from Denmark, so there you go.
More like blushing, I think, or something like that.
So that box in the middle is for you.
Everybody likes to.
It doesn't have everything in it that you lost, but it's what I have. So.
It's all good. Like I said, it's my own fault. I did something stupid with it.
All right, let's do this.
I need to go do this. I haven't done this. Keep talking like I was going to do this, and I keep forgetting to do it. Oh, so the next update for Valhelsia 3 is at 345. They released that. They apparently Druidcraft is getting an upgrade, so they're actually going to have spell books and spells.
Wait, did you say Druidcraft?
Yes, Druidcraft.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I was like, I saw that come out as I was getting everything ready for the stream today. I'm like, really? You had to release that? You couldn't have done that like yesterday or something like that. I would have rolled that in. I would have upgraded the server. All right, where'd you go?
Well, I'm gonna log and start dismantling my desk and putting together these other bookshelves and stuff.
Where are you at?
I'm in my hole in the. I'm at home.
All right, hang on. Wait.
My very basic home.
She says that's got an iron front door that she put up there thinking that it would keep her people out, and they don't.
No, they've learned how to open and close the iron doors.
So, do you have a sleeping bag?
I do.
Take that. Right click.
Oh, it's a backpack.
Oh. Put your sleeping bag in that slot. Now, if you click the button next to it, when it's dark, it'll put down the sleeping bag, you'll sleep, and then when you stand up, it picks it back up for you.
Yay. Thank you. That's good. All right. I'll be on and off in the game all day, but I gotta finish putting stuff together and getting all the cords in a place where the kittens can't get, so that we don't have kitties chewing on electrical in my office, because that would be. Your office has a door. You can hit me.
Let me go ahead and share this. There you go. That's where I am located.
Oh, you actually know how to do things in this game.
I do. To a point.
So if you share it, if I hit confirm, it'll add it to my map?
It will add it to your map. That's all you need.
That's so cool. That's cool. I need to know how to do that.
You can share it in chat. You can share privately. It's pretty nice. It's a nice little system they got going on for it.
Yeah, it's for Zero's maps.
Yes.
Well, you don't share everything that you know how to
do. Boom. Oh. And I got my Splat Camp. Wonderful.
Cool. All right. Well, it was very nice to meet you. And
yes.
Welcome to the server, and it'll be nice to have somebody else.
The pester.
I pester people.
Oh, feel free.
No.
Ask incessant questions like a 2-year-old. Anyway, it'll be nice to have somebody else on the server to go do stuff with. Welcome and have fun. And you're on. I don't know. I don't know how much you're allowed to play games.
I have a lot of time outside of my normal 8 to 5. But other than that, I've got a lot of work to do. So if I especially if I bring my friends over from the other server that we've been playing on, I've got a lot of work. So I'll be on.
I heard a puppy dog.
Oh yes.
What kind of puppy dog is it?
I've got 2 boys. They're both brothers, and they're both shepherds, German shepherds.
Oh, we like German shepherd. We have lost. So a year ago we lost our cat, and the year before that we lost our dog, and they were 15, 16 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, no, that's why we're finally getting new kitties tomorrow. I'm excited. We want a dog. I have become really allergic to dogs, however. Our favorite dogs are shepherds.
Wow, that's impressive.
You know, big furry things. So the dog's going to take a little bit longer.
I captured a fish from the new end, and it's, of all the fishes at my house, that is the one that is stuck around. Every other one has despawned. They spawn in and spawn out on a regular basis, but he hasn't gone anywhere.
Cool.
So.
All right, what should I start with?
So, does your wife play Minecraft?
She does, and she might hop on, but she really likes playing creative mode. She likes to fly around and take an existing structure and convert it over to her own.
Okay. So I too like creative mode flight. At least I can live with going to get my own resources. I don't need endless blocks, but I really like creative mode flight. So the server god might have fixed it so the astral sorcery allows for creative flight, and it does. And it's not like how it used to be before they made it so it was timed thing with the night sky, so you could pretty much fly around forever, creative mode. So maybe that will entice her to come play with you some more.
Yeah, I tried to show her because the last game playthrough. So we were talking before in chat about this too. It does give you the sense of creative flying, but it's not necessarily creative flying like the angel ring, I think it is. But it does give you creative. It does give you flight, and the speed of flight changes along with the speed of your character. So if you have a lot of speed boosts on you, then you can fly pretty fast. Yes, you can. And I was trying to show her. It's like it's even better than creative. and she's like, yeah, but you have to work up to that point. And I was like, yes, but once you're there, it's pretty nice.
Yes,
but
it would be really nice to have some more women on the server.
Yes.
Well, so what's interesting to note, right, is in the astral sorcery, there is the knowledge scroll that you can make, right? So if you make the knowledge scroll, you right-click on it. You can hand that to somebody else who's never done astral sorcery. They can right-click with the knowledge scroll and get right to where you are. They have all the unlocks and everything done for them.
Yes.
Then all you have to do is drag them over to the attunement, let them get attuned, hand them a mantle, and say, go walk.
Yes. And if you're willing to do that for me right now, I would be more than thrilled.
Yeah, we can. I don't know that I've got a mantle, but I can bring you a knowledge scroll. Actually, we have all that stuff.
What do we need to make?
And possibly a waystone.
Yeah, what color would you? I was going to ask you what color waystone.
Oh, for share stone. Well, it looks like my favorite color is already taken, so it wouldn't matter.
What's your favorite color?
Let me guess. Black?
Purple.
Oh, see, now Dory and I both like black. So he took black, and I was like, well, I'll take purple. And then when Makuzi came, she was like, well, I like purple. So I gave her the purple ones, and I took the teal ones. Really should have probably done. But
No, it's perfectly fine. I'm not picky.
Well, the only colors that are taken so far are I think it's cyan, purple, and black. So, and I already gave up purple. I'll give up cyan too. I just, what color do you want?
We'll go with blue.
Blue?
All right.
I'm on my way to your place.
Oh, see, I'm holding you up.
No. I'm on my way to your place. I don't have anything with me. Just on my oh. What did I do? Oh no. Okay, there. I hit something and my flight stopped.
Right.
It's just being slow. I don't have any speed stuff on my flight. You really went a ways out here.
Oh yeah.
That's fine.
You have a lot of ice on the way to your house.
Yeah, that was the idea. I picked a good location with pretty close by resources and environments, so that I don't have to go far for.
Oh
anything
yeah,
I
look at all
buy.
that sand right next to the ice. That's great.
Yes.
Cool.
And I wanted to do more of a mountain build anyway, so I'm in a mountain zone, and
Nice.
yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm not for sure what I'm planning on to do here for the colony right now because I've got a little bit of options. I could meander into the different environment build for the colony, or I could just stack it in the ground and call it good. Which after doing that fortress build, I might have to just stack it in the ground and be done with it.
I'll be honest with you. I've done that fortress build one time, had it all set up, had the server glitch and like totally trash it, and I was like, done.
Yeah, you were saying that that first stream I hopped into it, and it's a lot. It's a lot to do a fortress build.
It is, and get it all lined up and get your walls lined in there just right.
Yes.
the amount of fightings you have to do. Oh my!
And the space.
We were playing on the server, and Nori took the time to do it, and he was almost completely done, and then
the server rebooted, and literally the chunks got all out of alignment.
See, that's where I'm at right now. The server I'm on right now. I mean, I had the town hall tier 4 at this point. And,
he put down the Caledonia supply ship. I like that. No, that's not Caledonia.
Well, it's in it. Yeah, yes, it's the Caledonia supply ship.
Is it?
Supply camp, not the ship.
Yeah. Oh, it's the camp. That's why I put down the ship. I like it. It's pretty cool. I usually put down the fort. Okay. So,
hello.
Hello. So I didn't bring much to give you, other than I just wanted to come out here. So
you made it. Oh, ooh. Hey,
very unusual for her.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, normally I bring a whole bunch of stuff, but my bags are full of the things I was working on, and I just wanted to come out here before I logged out. So, and I guess I am out. Oh, that was not wise.
Uh-oh.
Did I?
Well, I thought I had one of my teleporters, my waystone things.
It's okay. I'm sure I can find one. I mean, we're in the mountain range, so it's not too hard to find one.
No, I just meant, I was planning on dropping one off over here nearby somewhere. Anyway, temporarily. I have one more thing for you. You have to come back out here.
I'm on my way.
Because I'm struggling this morning
on my way.
Tried to get down there and
That was not
got
what I
stuck.
wanted.
How did I get stuck
That's
in
what I
there? So,
Wait.
Ooh.
Did I?
oh, you didn't get it. There it is.
Well, thank you. I'll put it to good
You're
use.
It's only one. I'm sorry, but
No, one is all you need to start.
yes.
So just feather. Okay.
I actually don't even have them on all of my stuff, but I don't really care.
Yeah, I normally do tetra for all my tools and equipment, but for armor, it's really nice. It's really nice to have.
Well, I have the Britannia stuff, so that recharges itself with your rings, and then I have my Mantle of Stars, which has indestructible on it, so that I can fly, and its flying's good. And then I love my raccoon hat, so my raccoon hat
There's a
has
story
indestructible
behind
on
that
it. There's
There's
is.
a story behind that hat.
Um,
I don't have any purple dye.
oh, come on. There we go. Yep, I'm going to log out here in your ship.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I'm fairly certain that
By the time you log
Lori will
back
bring
in,
it.
hopefully
Yeah.
we'll have a way for you to get back really fast, and you'll be able
I'm
to see
pretty
the
sure.
updates.
Yeah. Well, I'll be back in a couple hours. Literally, I can only do something before I need break. I've got
Challenge
to get
accepted.
my desk. Yes. desk stuff corralled and off, and a couple bookcases made, and then I'll probably log back in for a little bit, and then I will. We'll do things in increments because I don't want to be without my computer plugged in for too long.
Okay,
Anyway.
so I think I have all of the stuff necessary to actually get all the astral sorcery stuff taken care of for you if you would like.
Oh, yes, please. That would be a huge bonus to start. That's almost feels like cheating, but after being through it three or four times.
Say, how many times do you have to do it before it's not cheating? It's just a new server and you don't want to start over.
Yes, that's what I'm questioning. My ethics here is in the balance. I don't know, guys.
You know what?
Well, so look
It's
at it
up
this
to
way.
you.
There's still a price to pay, right? So in order to do this, we still have to make all the resources. You still have to do, like, I can bring you the knowledge scroll. It'll level you up, but you still have to move around and whatnot. You have to level up to get your Visio up. You still have to get attuned. You still have all this does is just unlocks the potential for you to move rapidly through something you've done probably 100,000 times. It's not cheating.
See this. Anyone's listening in chat, this right here is something to keep in mind when you're playing on server modded Minecraft. Don't feel bad about getting help.
No, it's because there's still a cost to pay, right? So I can't find my original scroll that I gave to Shale that had all my other stuff on it, so I have to make another one. So there's resources I'm going to expend to make that. So there's a price to pay. It's not free, and it's like helping out somebody. It's like helping somebody out. There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
It's fair. All right, so let's do
dawned
this.
on me, I can fly. Yes, I'm just procrastinating getting done the stuff I need to get done today. But are going to be here tomorrow, so.
All right.
Well, I flew up to one of those things. What is this? This is a Nippa.
Yeah,
those things that are in the sky that it gives you an arcane crystal dust back. Okay.
Yeah, there's a chest under the flower that's in the middle. The flower in the middle will help you.
Oh, there's a block of water in there.
Mm-hmm. Are you taking my resources?
There's no.
I'm
Yes, I
joking.
am.
It's fine. It's a large world. No worries.
Oh no, I've
There's a
wondered what
reason
was
why
in here.
someone flew 3,000 blocks away from the center. I don't.
Well, if it makes you feel better, there's nothing in that chest, and you are welcome to have
No,
the
no,
arcane
no,
crystal
you're
dust speck and the
perfectly
nipah
fine.
flower.
I'm just giving you a little
I was
grief
just
here.
curious what was up here. So I put the nipah flower back. I put the block of dirt back. It's all back the way it was. The only thing I kept. So sorry.
No, you're okay.
It's
Have the arcane
fabulous.
crystal dust. I promise. Wow, this is a lot of sand over here.
Yes, it's
Wow.
wonderful, isn't it? Look at all the glass I can make.
Yeah.
I think I might need this.
Anyway. Yeah, I like the spot you picked. But I like mounts. Oh, check this out. Oh, did you even know this was over here?
Maybe. Are you talking
Maybe?
about the astral thing?
Yes. Oh, you've got two of them over here.
Yes. It's
Nice.
pretty unique spot, and I don't know which. This is why I placed a supply camp where I placed it, because it's in between the mountain, the desert, and the forest there. And I don't know which direction I want to go into. Maybe I'll just claim all and
Go
build
for it.
right there in the middle, or might lean towards the mountain range because that's where I originally intended to build everything on.
There's
I
a
don't know.
third one. There's two. You have two big
Yes,
ones over here.
Yes,
and
I
one
picked a
small one.
pretty good spot.
You've got a
in my
good
opinion.
spot. Yeah.
All right.
You know where the crystals are attuned to yet? Did you look?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Hey, did you put one of your waystones down over there, Shale?
No, because I didn't have one on me. I thought I did. And I
All right.
didn't. Because I forgot.
That's fine.
I don't have any more. I need to make more.
I'm making a backpack. Need more inventory space.
I got you covered on that one, my friend.
Oh, you do?
Oh, it's a fence post. Okay. Oh, and you've got two cities. 500 blocks.
Not necessarily cities, because it points to any type of structure. So it could. I think that's one of them's pointing to that large.
Oh, I think they both are. I think one is pointing to each of those. But I'm going to go look and see if there's a.
Oh, go away, birds. I don't care about you.
I'm just being nosy. This is a good spot.
Shale is very, very partial to Flower Force.
Yes, that's my favorite.
Oh yeah, they're wonderful. I was actually debating on looking for a magic
you
forest,
have a.
because those are a lot of fun too.
You have a very nice. Oh, this is really cool looking. So you have a very nice, almost completed nether portal over here.
Oh, do I?
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't
You
checked
got
it
some
just
golden
yet.
boots with Frostwalker 2 on them in that
Ooh,
chest. I'm not taking it.
Frostwalker, wonderful. Walk on some lava. That'd be great.
Yeah, Frostwalker 2 on some golden boots. So, throw some indestructible on that and you're good for the nether.
Yes, yes.
So that
Yeah,
is
I've got
probably
a couple of spawners nearby too, so looking forward to rip those out of the ground here in a little while. Create a little bitty experience farm.
Yeah. There is an ender farm
Real
that's
farm.
been made already.
Okay. Once I find myself on my way to the end, we'll have fun with that.
Yep. There's
lots of stuff that's been. Go ahead.
I was going to say there's also a guardian farm too if you need one.
Okay.
There's a couple of places that we've already converted farms at. People make use of. You're welcome to help yourself, or you can make new ones.
That's a thought. I mean, I'm already calling this home, but building an ocean base, that would be a lot of fun. Which I still got room to do so.
We've got a nice bunch of river over here on the other side of that mountain.
Yes.
And then, of course, there is that ocean on the other side of all that sand.
Yeah, I had, what was it, like a couple mod packs ago, I had actually started making a colony underwater.
Yeah.
So I was using glass to make make big domes underwater, and then I was using the cave builds as the colony to use for that.
Oh, over here that you're.
Okay.
Wow, you already have a diamond sword.
Indeed.
Wow. Okay. I brought you wool. Did you not have any wood?
Yeah, I've got some wood for a bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've already made a bed right over here.
Well, if he put down the flying ship, he's already got a bed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why we were. Oh, creeper. Oh, no. Mr. Creeper. No blowing up.
I'm not afraid of creepers. They're a lot of fun.
They kill me.
Yes, I've died many times to a creeper. Not this gameplay though. We've only died 3 times, and that was one because I was AFK during spawn, and
A husk. You have a
2
husk
was trying to get back
here.
out here.
A husk over here.
But I'm established now. This is great.
This is good.
Hello,
On that
Mr.
note,
Rattlesnake.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom and get some water.
That's fine.
I think after your 3rd cup, it's time to put the coffee down. Otherwise, you'll start shaking while trying to mine. It's not a good sight, guys.
No, not a good thing. We typically tend to make so we have big 16, I think 20 ounce. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I guess I got a blue one now.
Oops. I fell.
There we go. Now we can make share stones.
I'm gonna stop procrastinating now and get up and do some stuff.
Okay.
I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Black. Real quick. And then blue. And then I will have all of the fun little toys I'm going to bring to you. And then I will let you have at it and stay out of your hair. Let's go for a little flight. You said you were west. Oh, I got your. There you are. Head towards the Z. And this is the way I prefer to fly. Little elytra. My Saigon in hand, and away we go. That's a nice, good jam in the background there. Flying high. Nice little deserty biome. That's cool. Ooh, they got bloodsuckers down there. Oh, dark oak forest too. Aha! Trick flights. Let's just not drop in on his head. That'll work. There we go. Shimmer that. Let's see. Ah, there it is. Hey, hello, hello. You have not set down your town hall yet, so I can give to you gifts. Well, there. All you should have to do now is right-click with the little scroll. That will get you all the way caught up on Astral Sorcery. That's it. There's no message or anything. You just kind of right-click and it's there. So if you open up your Astral Sorcery book, it should take you all the way to the end. And if it doesn't, I think it's a shift right-click on it. But I think that just rewrites the book, the tome. Gave you a mantle. That's actually my leftover mantle, just because I don't use it.
Oh, yeah.
So, have at it. You're welcome to keep it. I'll make me
Look
another
at
one whenever I get around to.
everything you got here.
That will allow you to get around. Now, we have all of the teleporters don't cost levels unless you go interdimensional.
Gotcha.
So, as long as you're
That's
inside
nice.
the dimension, they're free.
Well, thank you for that.
So that should give you a way to set some points around to get you back and forth to places.
I'm taking that back. Hold on.
Usually my suggestion is to put one down at the Welcome Center, because that's where we kind of link up everybody's share stones at.
Yes, and I will do that. Let me place one down here.
Because that just makes it easier. Because then when people come in, you bring your friends in. Oh yeah, when you pop in, everybody starts at the Welcome Center, and you're like, okay, yeah, I'm on this one. Go hop here. And then if you wanted to, like if you needed to get to the Guardian Farm, I have a share stone out there at the Guardian Farm, so you could just pop over to the Welcome Center, and then hop the black share stones to the Guardian Farm. That sort of thing.
Absolutely. Would you be able to put down a black one for right now to be able to teleport over there for a second?
Certainly.
This is temporary, and this is the...
It is now the Zotarian.
Welcome Center. Got it. Everyone's got their little spots in here in the Welcome Center. I will choose this spot because it's not called for yet.
Yeah, we just kind of stick them over in the corners and the little spots. And then we also put the big welcome center, the standard one here that you find out in the world. So this one's here. So that way, you know, as you're meandering about, if you find one of those, you can get back that way too. So I put a sign up on mine. You don't have to. And I should probably
I will
focus.
definitely do that right now. This is really great.
I did that just it makes it easier to identify whose is what. Some people do, some people don't. I don't think it makes much of a difference one way or the other.
It makes all the difference. You kidding me? It helps understanding where you go. It's a form of communication without you actually answering questions. Is great.
Yep.
I just have to make signs.
Yeah. And I find it's easier with everybody using share stones. It's like, okay, well, I need this. Okay, you'll find that off from, and it'll be just like, it's off the black share stones, and it makes it easy for people to figure out what they're doing. Yeah, I think I've got the largest number of waypoints out there right now. But that's all good. But yeah, all you should have to do now is just walk around, work on your perks, get to your creative mode flight, and you've got a mantle to go about it.
Well, appreciate it.
Yeah.
I will get
Now,
cracking.
If you're looking for the actual sorcery place, right? So from the Welcome Center, if you go to No Rhythm's Mountain Retreat, that will drop you out here. From that point, there is a an astral sorcery teleporter right behind you.
Oh yes, I remember you showing me this in stream. Yeah. And you've got, let's see here, Astral Sorcery Castle.
Yep.
Blood Magic Castle. Let's go to the castle.
And so that will take you over there. Shale's got a Waystone over here on hers. But I use that to get back and forth just because I think that's cooler.
And you already have this set up for attunement. This is beautiful, by the way. Great job on building this little attunement center.
Yeah, I thought this worked out really well. So this is currently set up for Visio right now.
Perfect.
Because I've only ever used it for Visio. So, you know. Down, the only other thing we're missing here is and I think I'm actually running around with this stupid thing in my bag. No?
I need to attune myself to Visio.
Yeah, you also have to find the star signs too. Because the scroll will tell you about it, but it doesn't find it for you in the night sky. And I was looking for my... Where did I put... Ah, here it is. Telescope. That's what I was looking for. We'll just set that right down here. So there's the... I love those hammocks. So these hammocks are great for cycling it from day and night. Yeah. So I just popped that thing in. Like, think, thank you, nighttime. That should let you get your star signs. I need to make one more wing out there to put the big observatory. I haven't upgraded that telescope to the big observatory just yet. And then over here is Shale's share stone. I keep forgetting that she's got this one over here. So if you wanted to go back, you can just go to the Welcome Center and then pop back to your place from there.
Yeah, wonderful. Where
Mm-hmm.
do you remember how to change your book back to the main book?
Look up into empty space and left click. I'm assuming you're trying to change it back into the default view for everything.
Yes, and that worked.
Go away, you stupid birdies. Ah. So, yeah, that gets you around to most of the big places. But yeah, once you get hooked up on to the Welcome Center, everything else is pretty easy to get to after that.
Absolutely.
So, and then yeah, you guys should have a bunch of labeled crates that should give you lots of storage to carry around in your bags, as well as storage to just set up somewhere. Really? You're gonna come on my mountain and shoot arrows at me? You lost your mind. Yeah, give me a second. I gotta actually add you, because that's the only problem with the sheriff stones is if you add them and it's inside the colony, you have to give the person permission to interact with those.
Understood.
It's not a big deal. I keep forgetting to. I think it's actually under the neutral. It is a option to right click on blocks. Yeah. There we go.
Well, thank you.
But yeah, have fun. Have fun
Yeah,
at it.
I've got,
Like I said,
I've got
we
a little bit of work to do, huh?
yeah, we paid for the really big server because we wanted to be able to run a large mod pack with a bunch of different colonies in it without it having like totally freak out and fall apart.
Yeah.
So far I think we're up to like 4 colonies on the server right now, and you really can't tell. I think the biggest lag center right now is probably over at my base with all of the create stuff I got rolling. All the various farms I have on top of the colony. Well, one of these days I should probably just pick up and move all this stuff, but I don't know, I'm kind of settled in here.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm going to start my colony. Let's see here. How far down do I want it? It goes up. It goes up about 20 high, I think, with the cave build.
yeah, I think the tallest building in the cave build is the barracks. It's probably the largest thing.
How do you know how tall that is off top of your head? If not, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
I actually have the barracks built in my place. Give me 2 seconds, I can tell you.
Oh, yeah. Watch the stream here. Very nice.
because my place runs underground, underneath the mountain, underneath where my place is set up at. So, yeah, it looks about, I think, 30 tall, something like that.
Oif. All right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. I gotta remember to take those stupid shoes off. Now I gotta go leave the colony. Yeah, don't ever hit your people. They get really. They don't like.
Yeah,
it too well.
I don't think they appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why.
You know, even though you're the boss of the place, no, they don't take kindly to that at all.
Like, what's the deal, guys? Come on.
Yeah. So I usually just leave, and you can come back to it after a little while, and they'll leave you alone. But, all right. Let's not do that again. Where are those shoes? Oh, that shockwave kills me every time. I forget all about it. All right. There, people. I'm wandering around in my socks. Leave me alone.
You can, you should be able to rip off Shockwave using a disenchanter.
Yep, I can. But I like it as a normal. So I like using shockwave when I'm pounding down. There's something in the ground, or when there's the colony gets invaded. So I like to fly out and then land down in shockwave and just watch everything fly up and away.
The superhero landing. Yeah. Sounds good.
So I just don't take it off. I just don't remember it either half the time. All right, so that block that we are looking at is at 81. And ground level is at 66. So 81 to 25. Yeah, 25 blocks high.
All right, 25. We can do that. That is doable.
So that's the tallest building. Now, as far as the building that does the most traveling, of course, your miner will do the most traveling as far as builds go. But yeah, as far as size of the buildings goes, the barracks is probably the tallest one in the caves. Now the citizen houses are all the same height as the barracks. So 25 is about as tall as any of those buildings get.
You said you dropped so the chest for astral sorcery. I'm just making sure I didn't forget anything that you given me here.
So I dropped you the mantle.
Yes.
I dropped you a mantle. I dropped you the paper that allows you to learn everything. So you're unlocked everything, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I dropped you 21 labeled crates, so you would have storage and backpacks, because you can use those like you would a shulker chest.
Right.
And I dropped you 5 share stones. Those are the things that I dropped you. If you would like
wonderful.
some more, if you need something else, I can absolutely bring it over to you.
Nope, that is more than enough help. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, we got lots of golden apples over here.
No, I am perfectly okay from here. I just got to start clearing out and
doing all the fun stuff.
All the fun stuff. You got it.
Just tear and build.
That's exactly it. Ugh. Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. I think this is going to work out really well because I'm going to have. You saw the mountain range that I'm in.
Yeah,
I have,
I was actually flying around through the holes that were in there. 'Cause I'm like, hey, this is kind of cool. Obstacle course.
yes, and I'm looking forward to like wrap the colony around on that same level through the different peaks. So I'm
Yeah,
hoping to shoot a couple different entrances into the colony itself. It's going to look pretty nice.
that sounds like it'd be fun. Uh,
Yes.
quite the build. Mechanism. Like I was supposed to be working on something this morning.
Mechanisms.
Mechanism, yes.
Yes, mechanism.
I keep getting sidetracked because it's Minecraft. Getting sidetracked is kind of a thing. I can't stare at that black grid, at that blue grid. All right, it can be black. I'm okay with that. All right. So did I make my steel? Got my steel, right? Yes.
Perfect.
That's empty. Perfect. All right. Yeah, I noticed you had teleporters in on yours that I was watching you guys fly around. I'm like, I probably should do that too. But I've got like 14 different methods of getting around every which way, and I'm just
Waystones are nice. The reason why we had teleporters is because the admin there didn't turn off the XP expense
right.
expense for teleporting using the waystones or share stones for that matter. So
Right.
it got a little annoying. Of course, at some point, I was already past the point for caring about experience, but
What?
at the very start, we're like, yeah, let's just build teleporters to get back and forth between each other.
Well, of the items, so we used to use the normal waystones, and then we started
Yes,
using share stones because the normal waystones, well, they're nice. Um, the unfortunate part is until everybody travels that same share stone, learns that point, it's kind of pointless. Um, so I've been working on this thing where I basically stock all the resources necessary to make the share stones, and it's like, okay, if you need it here, I'll make you some to get you started. Um, I know like Mikuze and her group occasionally they're like, we're out of share stone stuff. How do you make those? And tell them, oh, that's so much. Come over here. Here you go. Here's another stack or so. Just make them whatever. Have at it. Well, so much of the materials I actually have a farm made, or I have a regular way of getting. So I've got far enough along in here that making a lot of the items is actually fairly easy, unless you go deep into a specific mod pack. So like I'm not very deep in mechanism, so I don't have access to everything that's in mechanism. Uh, we're not very deep in Botania, but I have enough of Botania done so that I have the catalyst, the conjuration catalyst, and we have the alchemy catalyst. So for that, we can use that to make whatever we need. We've got several places where there's a mana generation system set up, so you just kind of go drop the block in there and then conjure or create whatever you need from that. There's farms for create that I use for a lot of the other things. I get like all my sand. We initially started digging out Sandapalooza, and then shortly after that, I got tired of going over there and digging up sand, and so I made a create machine that makes all of my sand for me. I've got it turned on making gold right now because I wanted gold to do piglin trading, and I had it planned to actually go make a piglin bartering system. Just haven't gotten around to it.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Uh, but you need gold to power that, and I'm like, okay, I need a way to make gold, so I converted my sand and gravel and clay machine into also being able to make gold, and so there's a little lever you flip. You just turn it on from one to the other. All right, so get some steel casings.
Where did all my resources go? When you start placing stuff into random boxes and you're like, oh, oops. Oops.
Yeah, that's I worked along that way for a while, and then I went refined, and I got enough of refined, so I'm not like totally disdependent on refined. I actually have refined plugged into my storage drawer.
There you go.
The bulk of my storage is actually done in storage drawers, so I can walk in there and just look and grab, or if I need to, I can go and grab it out of refined storage and get it that way as well.
That sounds like the way to go.
So that worked out really well, especially for filtering wise. And then, you know, if you start running low on a specific, like, hey, I've got tons and tons of stone, just go throw some upgrades into the stone. I don't have to worry about going, I'm out of disk and make another disk and then make another disk drive. And that gets a little expensive. Where is all of my... I thought I made a bunch of steel. Or did I use that already? And I'm just like, I missed a bus somewhere. I think I might have used all my steel already. All right.
Yeah, see, that's why I like Mechanism. Mechanism making steel through Mechanism versus like immersive engineering. Oh man, it takes so much time.
Oh yes, that is like painful in the extreme. It's 2 passes, and as long as you upgrade your Mechanism machines, then it takes like little to no time. Though I'll be honest with you, if Create could make it, Create would be the faster, like, free. You just don't get the experience. That's the only problem with Create. There's a lot of their, like, they can do, you can throw like 5 or 6 stacks of something you want it smelt on the ground and run it through the bulk smelter and Create, and it's done actually faster than what Mechanism can do. Feels like it takes forever, but it actually processes everything in front of it at the same rate. So you can do 1 stack at the same speed that you could do 1,000 stacks. Mechanism can't keep up with that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, fortunately, however you want to look at it. Well, it's true though. I mean, if I can do 1 stack and like a stack's worth of time, and even once you get a fully built up Mechanism, they can, at most, Mechanism can process, I think, is like 8 stacks at a time in one block. But I can throw down 100 stacks in front of a bulk washer or bulk smelter and Create and do it in the same time.
I'm not really too versed into Create, and I'm now kicking myself in the teeth because I'm sure I'm sure it works pretty well. I've always planned to build out just really awesome Create space. You saw the stream video I posted a while back. I dug straight down to bedrock under my little sanctuary, and I was planning on to use Create there. I cleared out that whole space to just build this massive Create system, but I still, every time I do it, I always, oh, you know what? Maybe I should go work on Britannia or.
Well, I like Create gives. I don't. I know you've seen a couple of these streams now. I don't know how far back into the histories you've gone. So I've got a YouTube channel under the same name. It actually has, basically since we started here in this mountain, all the way back. So you could go back and watch the evolution of the mountain. I thought it was actually pretty interesting. But I like to I intermix create with a lot of classic redstone contraptions and a lot of like mechanism things and Botania. I intermix create in and amongst a lot of the stuff I work on just because create gives you that extra thing you need. In some places, like I've got a this it's a warp farm, warp wood farm out back that has a ender hopper on it. It's got storage drawers for storage on there. It's got a create sawmill to chop down a tree. It's got a classic redstone planter, and it uses mechanism pipes to move everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just one mod pack. There's like 4 different mod packs, but it makes such a nice small little thing. It's like, hey, that's great. It works. And it's just this little small, and so it makes the warp wood that you need on top of the nylon. And it does it all by itself. It makes all the bone meal it needs to keep generating more mushrooms, to make the trees, to make the wood, and there you go. And I, for life, me can't even remember why I was doing that now, other than I'm like, no, I need this for something. Spent an entire stream trying to make that work and got the whole system up and working. I'm like, okay, I was making it, and then I couldn't remember what I needed it for. So, but it's good for that, you know.
Yeah, this is going to work out really well.
Do I have? Bet you I do. To anything it is in here. Yes. Okay. What all is in here? Vertical, some of those, fan. Oh, this is going to work out perfectly. Run over here. I gotta wait for mechanism to make steel. Yeah, I prefer mechanisms steel production versus immersive engineering. I remember the first time I did that in back in SevTech. I was like, oh my word, that was so painful.
Yeah.
Holy cow. It's like, nope, I don't ever want to do that again. Every time I see immersive engineering pop up, I'm like, ew, can we not? No, I don't want to do that.
Now, immersive engineering, I like immersive engineering. Like, of course, I don't get into Create too much, is probably why I always gravitate to it. But for like the Crusher that they have, immersive engineering's Crusher, yeah, it works pretty well.
Yes, immersive engineering's Crusher works very well. But for that matter, that immersive engineering's Crusher is not much different than Mechanism's Crusher.
True, other than the fact that you can throw armor pieces into it. From my understanding,
yes,
right?
you can. You can also throw armor pieces and horse armor into the crushing wheels from Create.
Yes, see, that's what yeah. And that one's a little bit easier to set up, and you can throw a couple of hoppers on the bottom of it. Call it good.
Yeah. And it's not quite as big and beefy.
Right.
I like immersive engineering stuff because I think it looks really cool. But it is extremely space it takes a lot of space.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Just a lag spike.
Oh,
I don't know where. Hello.
So yeah, I've got this is what I got going so far. Over this way. So I've got this little tunnel here. I'm going to bridge this over. Hold on.
Don't have one of those. That's all right. Yeah, I like the look of this. I was flying around the area. I was like, man, this would be great for
Yeah.
a fun little build place.
So I'm gonna bridge this, build out these corners here.
Yeah, right. That there's a mountain peak over here that I was flying in and out and around of. That was pretty fun.
Oh, the little circle area over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I
Yes,
was like,
yes.
oh, that would make like
I'm heading that direction for sure. I will incorporate something over there. I just don't want to mess it up just now for the beginning stuff.
Yeah, no.
So I'll see how I want to extend over there for, especially because I want to have like Botania on top of one of these ridges, probably towards the dark forest area.
Right.
And astral sorcery, of course, I already have a couple of spaces for the astral temples that they have. Oh, I'm leaning back from my. Sorry, I'm being a little lazy here. There, some astral temples nearby, so I'll bridge those two together, and then that little ramp area. If you come north of my little supply camp, I've already got a tunnel started here.
Nice.
This is going to be the entrance. This is going to be the main road to my colony. I'm going to place the town hall probably right at the end of this road that I already have set out here. But if you hold Z to expand your mini map, you'll already have a second pathway started from the west, and I'm going to bridge those together. And so I'm going to make this little tunnel system inside of this peak, peeking over to the east where that ring is going to. So I've already got this planned out. This is going to work out great.
Yeah, this is going to be good. It's going to look nice. Here, I brought over some stuff for you to play with.
Oh,
you can relocate. But it's a good break-in, so to speak, to create, and it will save you tons and tons and tons on resource. So we will just set this up real quick here.
Sure.
This gets fun. Where did I put my?
Yeah, preferably before I put the town hall down, huh?
Yeah, because once you put town hall down, I can't actually. Well,
no, I'll put you on friendly. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Not even friendly officer to be able to place blocks and remove blocks and stuff.
All right, let's send this. And I'm going to leave you with a bunch of stuff for this so that you can play around with it.
All right. So while you're doing this, why don't you go ahead and talk your way through so I can learn how to do this here. You got the encasement fan, you got the gearbox. Okay. What are you building here?
So this is probably the simplest create contraption you could ask for.
Are you creating thermal dynamic power? Is this what this is?
That's basically what this is. So the magma block downstairs is going to provide heat, right? So what we have to do is we actually have to apply power to this. We have to give it a redstone signal.
Sure.
Now, when you have the fan faced into a heat source, so in this case, a magma block, we could have done this with a bucket of lava here, but nobody wants lava running down their mountaintop.
Right.
And there's not any real difference as far as power output between lava and the magma block. It's like 0. So when it comes down to it, for cheap, easy power, this is the cheapest, easiest power system you could ask for.
Okay.
Now, the other thing I typically do is surround my cooking area, so to speak, with pressure plates. Now, you can use lava here or water. If you use water, it makes a washer. You use lava, it will make a smelter. And then if you replace this piece of dirt right there with netherrack and light it on fire, that makes a cooker. So inside this one machine with if you get really creative with a dispenser above it, you can actually make this so that one machine can give you a washer, a cooker, or a smelter inside of this little bit of space. I'm trying to see if I actually have any water on me.
I
That would've
will.
been nice.
I've got an Eldwood bucket. I've got a little river here. Let me go grab some water. Of course, it takes me a million years, but I'll be right back.
That's fine. You're just fine.
I should really get that atonement going so I can start on my speed. Oh boy. And I've got to go fight mimics and get some running shoes. Oh, so much to do.
So much to do, so little time. No. So much to do, just plenty of time.
Plenty of time, right?
Yeah. Plenty of time. I was looking to see... Oh, good. I have a few pieces. And I found a piece of ice. Back. You went looking for water, and I found a piece of ice.
It's all right. I needed water anyways. It was a well worth trip.
Yep. Now, the fun bits about this, and this is what makes working with Create so much fun. I don't need to use this and put all that back in there. That's mine. All right. Oops. A little violent there. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm not hurt.
Right. So this is bulk washer, right? So you could throw one item in front of it, or you can throw a whole stack of items in front of it, and the time it takes to process it is the same no matter which one. Okay, so you throw the little lever, and you get these particle effects that come out. If that was lava, these would be red. If it was a lit fire there, they would be like black fiery. So you could cook seaweed if you put fire there, or food.
Oh, sure.
But what's really fun about this is, so once you get it going, you throw something inside of it, you get the little effect. So this is gravel for in this particular instance. And you'll notice that the fan does actually move the items. But when you bulk wash gravel, you get flint, but you also get iron nuggets from it. So this becomes a way that you can take gravel. If you can make yourself a steady supply of gravel, you can drop gravel in front of this, and it will bulk wash it, and you'll get flint, and you get iron nuggets as part of the trade, like that.
Oh, I see.
So Create uses this thing called rotation power. Yeah, that won't do anything. You'll actually lose them that way.
Okay.
So it doesn't wash everything. You can put sand there. Sand will give you clay and dead bush. If you do red sand, you'll get... just got it like that. If you do red sand, you'll get gold nuggets and dead bush. But so Create does everything on rotational power. So what we've done here, this is the simplest form of rotational power, which is the fan is actually taking the heat and is being turned by the heat to create a rotational force, and that's your power generation.
Sure.
As you go further into Create, there are alternative power generation systems that you can build. There is a rotational generator, like an alternator, that will it's the inverse portion of the alternator. So if you made like a reactor that generates RF power, you can actually take that RF power and convert it down to rotational force if you needed to.
Okay.
So there's a way for that to work backwards. You can also take and convert rotational force into RF power. So you could actually make an alternator system that would generate lots and lots of power and takes nothing as far as inputted resource. You just need to create rotational. So there are windmills. So you could do a big, huge, colorful windmill made of wool. And you could decorate it however you want it to look like. And it would spin, create lots of rotational force. And it's free.
And from my understanding with that, those windmills, the more wool you put on it, because you can make your own fans off of it, but the more wool you put on it, the faster it may spin.
So it never spins any visually never spins any faster, but what it does is it puts out more rotational force. So if you think like mechanism, we use redstone flux or RF to determine power. In create rotational force, RF is the same function. And so rotational force is how much power you're generating. So like this system right here is probably generating, I think this particular setup at most generates about 64 rotational force. So it's not like a super fast machine setup. So it'll only handle a small bit of something. And so like the fan sitting on it, it uses 16 rotational force in order to spin to create that blowing furnace that you see here. Now, could you spin the fan faster? Yes. If you put a bigger rotational force on the end of it, you can spin it faster. There are blocks within Create that will actually let you spin things faster by converting rotational force into a variable RPM. So if you're really big into like engineering and whatnot, once you start getting into it, this becomes like, oh yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing here. This is so much easier. You get hooked on it. I was trying to see if I actually had any. I usually have, and it's probably in my other, and that's what all I'm missing too. Oh, yes, I have one. Haha. There you go. I'll leave you with one last present.
Oh ho! Hot stuff. Very nice.
So that you can drop in between there and make a smelter. And so if you drop that there, yeah, now it's hot stuff. Now if you throw that stack of cobblestone into there,
it'll turn into stone.
Yes. You can throw that in there and it will actually smelt that down to ingots.
Ow.
Yeah, just make sure you turn it off before you... It's hot.
Got it.
So usually what I end up doing is I'll have this push items, and then I will put like a box here. And then depending on what you're pushing through there, I'm trying to see if I actually have one. I don't have any brass. Yeah, well. They're called funnels. So I have an andesite funnel. It's basically the same thing. It just doesn't let you have a filter on it. But you can take the funnels, and so as this thing blows it across, you can make a brass funnel that actually lets you put a filter on it. So you can say, hey, look, I don't want you picking up anything that's not iron, because this is supposed to be processing iron. And the brass funnel will actually not pick anything up. It'll sit right there until it's done, cooked in the iron, and then the brass funnel will suck it up into the box on the other side.
Yeah, I understand that. Oh, I grabbed your label crate. Here you go. Here you go. Let me not burn it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, careful! There's a cave down there.
You don't say.
I do.
But yeah, this I find is probably the most. This is usually like the very first machine I end up making all the time. Because this has so many uses as far as the Create contraption goes for bulk processing lots of things.
You know what? This will work. This will work.
At its current speed right now, if you throw it on top of the front end of that stone block, by the time it gets to where your hopper's at, it will have processed.
Perfect.
So I said,
well, thank you. This is a good introduction here, and good for me to learn here.
Yeah, it's literally the first machine I make. Is usually the easiest machine to explain to people. I'm like, this is it. And from here, you get creative with it. Now you can look in JEI, and JEI will tell you the sort of things that you can wash and or smelt and get whatever out of it. But its process rate is the same, whether it's one item or it's 64.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, usually I turn it off and then throw it down and then turn it on. Because you can't get it up quite close enough there.
Now, right, this is what we're going to need to do here.
Takes a little getting used to. But yeah, you can pick this thing up, move it around, do whatever you want with it. That's all yours.
Well, we're going to leave it here for now. I'm just going to set it up so I can quickly use it more for myself. Don't throw it in the lava.
The other thing that you might try doing, yeah, you can either move it back. The other thought process I had was put a trap door on top of that. Oops, that's yours. Because you can put a trap door on it and open the trap door until it's done cooking and then close it. It should blow it across it.
Oh no, this will be fine.
That should work too. Just put that in there. I don't know why you're misbehaving now all of a sudden, but whatever.
Perfect. Look at that. Nice. And it'll just sit into the hopper, and I just grab it straight from the hopper. That'll work for now. Simple setup.
Simple setup. Like I said, it's really like the easiest thing that you can do for this.
All right, now let's line up that town hall, shall we? Let's get this perfect, because I've got to get it matched up with this, and that is around the 523 area. It looks like. And we are almost there. Here we are. This is perfect. All right. Now let's place this sucker down. Let's see here. It's yeah. Let's see. And we're going to go to Town Hall. We're going to use the cave build. We're going to set to level 5 to be able to see it easily. And maybe not level 5 just yet. And it needs to go down 1, yeah. And we need to see where they're perfect. Find the door. Find the door. Because isn't it a double door entrance on the level 1? I thought there was.
No, I think level 1 is yeah, it should be a double door entrance on level 1. You're doing the cave one.
There it is. I have it. I found it. I'm gonna put this on 23. 20.
Yeah, the only thing I would keep in mind, I think the cave build is just a single entrance though.
It's a double door.
Yeah, it's a double door coming in, but it doesn't have a back door, is what I'm saying.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. This is the way my tunnel is facing here is going to be the main entrance, as it's the main supply camp there, and this is going to be the center of the whole entire cave build. So I just want to make sure I line it up where it's going to work best. I'm trying to line it up with that circle portion of the mountain there, so that yep. we could extend this branch all the way down over there, and I've got this branch leading over to to the west as well. This is going to be great. So the colony build itself will be in the mountain.
Yes.
It's settled. It's settled.
It's settled.
Now I just
It
got to
looks like
mine
you're gonna
out
have a
build.
fun little build over there.
Yeah, I've got a ways to go. But we'll get there. It's fine. All right.
You get there.
And we're going to hit accept. Perfect. Wonderful. Ding. And we're going to create our new colony. We're going to name the colony. Set this to blue because I'm going with blue. Change my flag because I'm needing to do stuff right now.
Always something. Oh god, I do have more purple dye. All right.
And we will get some permissions going here.
All right, we have the enrichment. Osmium compressor is the next guy.
I get to build it again.
Yes, you get to build it again.
Go. Perfect. Perfect. I'm glad you asked. Perfect.
All right, let's move this over here for right now.
Time to go to the crafting table and make a bunch of colony places. I need the tavern, I need the builder's hut, need the cook, and I need the farmer with a farm. I guess that's bakery. Let's see here. If we have a builder, we have a baker, we have a restaurant, and we have a farm. That should supply them, and I'm going to call it good for the colony for today.
Interesting. All right, this should be. Good. I can go back in here. We have our osmium compressor. We don't have anywhere else. Good. All right. Next one. Yeah, I'll have to make that one, just not yet. Yeah, not yet. I don't have nearly enough to do that one. Crusher we have. I think we got most of the base mechanism stuff now. Suppose we can make a precision sawmill. Right after I get some more steel. Doing over here with this.
Oh,
All
neat.
looks good. Nice. We have everything working like it needs to right now. Gonna have to upgrade power systems for too much longer, I think. just throw my steel into here. Yep. There we go. All right. Base machines are in place. Oh, yes. I keep forgetting that Mechanism has all these really weird type of machines that require certain inputs and outputs. It's all right. Oh.
That's what makes it fun.
Yeah. There you are, the electrolytic separator.
Next to the catalytic converter.
It's right underneath the flux capacitor.
1.1 gigawatts.
Yep. And next thing you know, it's up and running. Osmium dust, gold, and iron. Do I have any osmium dust? I do not. Well, I guess I'll have to make some of that too. And iron.
Builder's hut is next. I've got the tavern. This is great. It's going great. Tavern. I've got the farms as well. Wow, cooking. I'm cooking. See here.
Cooking with
No one
Crisp
works. No one works in the tavern, but they do work in the.
No, but the tavern is nice because the tavern gets you new people showing up, and it gives you a free bed for four people.
Four people, yeah. So I don't even have to build a house right away. This is going to be great.
It's usually the first building I put up.
Builder's hut needs to be centralized. Oh boy. I don't want to break. I want the builder to mine this out. I don't want to mine it out myself because I want it nice and tight. You know, because if I start mining, there'll be holes everywhere. So.
Yeah, you let the builder take care of digging out the area, though it does mean that you'll need to provide him enough tools.
Yeah, that's fine. That should be, unless they come across 10 right away, it should be okay. 10.
Well, the problem is until you get him to level 2, he can't use anything other than wood. Usually I get my builder in place and then I do he gets the first upgrade almost as soon as I get his building in there, just to get him off from wooden tools to stone at least. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Wow. It's okay. I probably need a rich gold for something.
Yeah, enriched gold. I don't remember what it's used for, but sure.
Sure. Yeah. Who wouldn't want?
Sounds about right. Yeah. Yes, please.
It'll make me that much. It'll enrich my life that much further.
Debating. I don't want the columns to poke out, do I?
Oh, I see what's going on. I was using the crusher a couple of sessions ago. happened more than a couple sessions ago, and I had the crusher automatically outputting. And so the crusher is once again automatically outputting. Only gold, iron and osmium won't automatically output into an enrichment device. Gold will. The crusher is crushing it to dust and then giving it right to the enrichment chamber.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what is going on here?
You know, if it's wrong, I can pick it up and move it, but I think this will work.
Yes, if it's wrong, you can pick it up and move it.
Understood. Let's hire a builder. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna turn this on manual. I'm not gonna allow them to pick their own people and fire everybody. It gets ridiculous once you get up to like, tier 3 and you're like, man, I've got over 50 people now with tons of houses, and no, it's fine. I will do this manually.
All right, now I
get to build it again.
I think
Yes, you do.
that is probably the one thing that drives me nuts.
The
I get to build
sayings.
it again. Yeah.
It's your gold.
I get to build it again, over and over again. You're like, if you were building it again, it would be one thing, but this is a fresh new world. You've never been here. I have never dealt with you before.
Lies.
I think this will work out lovely. That's burner electrolytic. On there.
Okay. And it is nighttime, I know. Time to build a sleeping bag.
Yes, very useful thing. I also, every time I make a sleeping bag, I make one of those Druidcraft backpacks.
Yes.
And you can stick the sleeping bag in that. But yeah, I saw that they were pushing out some of the updates for that. And I'm like, ooh, Druidcraft is getting spells. That's actually becoming viable for something interesting. So yeah, I think tomorrow afternoon I will take the servers down very briefly to upgrade it to the latest release of Valhelsia. Usually takes me about 30 minutes.
Sounds like a plan.
I usually tell people to keep an eye on the Discord general chat because I make announcements in there when I upgrade servers like that. They're usually pretty seamless. One kitchen sink. Terracotta. Let's go to our gold making machine and get some terracotta.
Gotta get into the habit now here on this world. I am blue.
You want black? I gave you black.
No. It's fine. I just like to match all my stuff. If I'm going to be blue, I'm going to
make a blue bedroll. My armor palette's going to be blue. Lapis is the way.
Lapis is a way, yes.
Dark blue, not the regular blue. Dark blue. Good old, royal blue. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Anybody watching this is I have to apologize to anybody watching the stream right now, because if they are, they're watching me play cat and mouse with terracotta at the end of one of these these conveyor belts that run everywhere, and occasionally I'm like, oh, I need this, and I'll just should be water there. Yep. I look like a cat trying to chase down the things floating by on the conveyor belts. Scratching at it. Come back here. It moved. Quick, grab it. Yeah, what was it? It was, I think the first person we picked up in the stream that came over, cute kid. He was all kinds of excited to be playing. I was trying to remember. He's like, am I the first person? I'm like, well, yeah, you're one of the first persons to hit. He goes, oh, I get to be one of the OG of the server.
Uh-oh.
I was like, okay, that was cute. I'm not really quite certain how to respond to that, but that was cute. Auto eject fluids. I don't want you to eject.
A decision has been made. We're going 4 high in these hallways.
Oh, that's right. We're gonna have power. Let's move all this stuff right now. I'm back here.
Ooh, honing.
Ooh, honings are good.
Yeah, still haven't found any like iron deposits yet. Maybe I need to go a little bit. Maybe I need to go on a little bit of adventure here.
Yeah, that's about the biggest. I think that's the biggest problem I've noticed with most modded modded Minecraft mod packs is that the resource, because everybody wants to bring in their own ore stuff. You get so much ore that comes in here, it really plays havoc with like the traditional ore generation stuff.
Oh yeah. But once you get past that, it's not too bad.
Yeah, once you get past that. But at the start, it's painful.
Definitely can't be. Moonstone. Hello.
Ooh, good find.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang on to that. Well, I can't mine it just yet. Don't have any diamonds, but I know where it is.
Oh, and I will advise you the same as I have advised everybody else. If you decide to go into blood magic, which you can, there's nothing wrong with it.
There's a glitch in there. I heard.
Yeah,
really
don't
bad.
put on the armor. It is very bad because the armor will actually kick you out of the server. It has this check it does constantly. And that check causes a bunch of calls to be made to the server. And the server will basically just throw you out.
Cheers. That's the the blood armor, right?
Yep. The living armor.
Yes, living armor. You can still level it up by having it in your inventory. From my understanding, you can do all the things you need to. Just don't equip it. Don't equip it.
Don't equip it. That is exactly correct.
Don't don because you won't be able to doff.
That would be an accurate statement. Flux. Flux. I said flux twice now. I want this guy. For you. I'm seriously out of flux dust already. Jeez Louise. Can I actually... Oh, stop that. Ha! That does work. That's pretty funny. I'm going to have to keep that in mind for later. All right, back over here. Let's see. We want a plug, which needs to block, which needs all of this stuff.
What are you doing out of your... Get back into colony. Oh my gosh. I should have... Yeah, I'm going to block it off right now.
Are they meandering on you?
Yeah, they're walking out into the outside, but I want to keep them in. I gotta find some redstone and make a contraption and all kinds of stuff. Let me go ahead and recall the citizen here. In fact, let me just recall all of you, except for you. I know you're busy. I should probably throw up some more torches too, so I don't end up with some mob spawning down here, huh?
Well, so if you're looking to keep, so I'll put this out there. If you're looking to keep the ambiance of the place, i.e., you want it kind of dark and gloomy looking, then I would suggest making it in the Torchmaster suite. It is.
Oh yeah, the mega torch. Yes, yes. Good
so
call.
That will allow you to keep the ambience of the area, so you can still have it darkish, but then you don't have to worry about mob spawnage.
And for anyone's listening, I think that protects mob spawnage for up to 30 blocks, so it's a really nice resource and tool.
Yes.
It's a little expensive, but boy, does it help you out, especially in your small starting area. You just got to find it. I think 1 diamond, I think, is the cost on it.
Yep. All right, where is the energy outputter on this guy?
All right, it's time to go spelunking.
Energy. Oh, of course, there's the energy outputter. All right, well, that's fine. That should bring me in now. Yep. That has doubled my power production. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And we'll just dump the excess. We don't care about that. Perfect. Make this better. Let's just be able to do it that way. There, I like that better. All right, now we have double the power production. Hot dog.
Woohoo!
Yes, so we have our base reactor from power, which is nice, but it's big, and I don't want to tear the whole thing down in order to upgrade it. And the upgrade for that, I'm not any close to doing that just yet. But a gas burner with an electrolytic separator over top of a kitchen sink is a very nice power increase. I'll take it. All right. Absolutely fantastic. Wait, did I put that in there? I did, didn't I? Yep. So many bags I keep on me. I'll be honest with you, the Hand of Ender is actually one of my favorite bag devices to use. Works really well. Let's see. Oh God, what are the chickens doing? It's nighttime. Have you guys killed the machine yet? You have not. My God. Yeah. I would say it's a very successful chicken farm. We need to hang a sign on that. Do not break open. Yeah, look down inside of there, and there's so many chickens in the one spot that literally as soon as a baby grows up, it kills an adult. Using enemy cramming for that. Just the explosion of chickens that would result from opening that box up. Just, I don't even want to think about. All right. So, our mechanism factory is starting to look in place. Looking pretty good. And mechanism. Let's see about upgrades. Probably should do a different power line just because it would be better. I think currently the biggest degradation of the power to the system is that little dinky cable I've got underneath it here. So let's replace that with actual power cable. I think that'll work. Mechanisms. I don't have to go too heavy with mechanisms cables because they, like the item cables really kind of, if you get like overly crazy with it, they can lag a server down pretty good.
Sure.
But I don't think the power cables cause as much issues, so I'm not too worried about those. I don't know. I've used a number of the cables intermixed so far and haven't seen too much issue at the server level. So we'll see what happens. spend my day as a developer. It's my 8 to 5 job, and so I get curious about things like, okay, well, how much does it take to crash the server down? What does it take to actually kill the machine? So you'll find I ask questions like that on a lot, and I don't actually expect anybody to have good answers, because I'll just go figure it out.
Yeah, that's over my head. That's for sure.
Oh.
But if you have any questions on any OSHA, EPA, or DOT regulations, you can give me a call. I am your safety guy. I do occupational safety.
Nice. I spend my days as a software developer. I currently write code for archiving large amounts of many small files to tape devices.
And can only imagine how repetitive it can be, especially if you have that one error in the code chain. And you spend 3 days looking for it.
Yeah, I've had days like that. The biggest portions I think that I run into that cause the biggest time sinks are integration of third-party applications into ours.
Oh, I can only imagine.
That's painful, because then you're trying to figure out what somebody else wrote and how it's supposed to work, and then how you're going to plug it into what you wrote. That's where it gets fun.
And having a person who has no idea saying, "Come on, what are you waiting on? Get it done."
Why isn't it done yet? How hard can this actually be? Really? You want to go there with me on that?
I am glad you asked.
Sure. Wow. I figured this thing would have been like filled up by now. Got no wireless charging. Why is
that? You got to turn it on at the network, not the network storage, but the network controller, the Flex network controller. And you turn on wireless charging in the wireless charging tab.
Yeah, but that's for my own inventory. That's not what I'm trying to figure out. So I've got the Herculean battery here, and it's got like a sliver of power at the bottom end of it. And what I'm not seeing is the statistics that tells me how much power that the system should have, and it should have. That guy should be filled by now. But I'm just not seeing it. Guess I'm just not going to worry about it right now.
You know, if I see one issue that I can point out right now, though.
What's that?
All your is that all your Flux networking, or you blue for Flux network?
Yeah, I'm blue for Flux network. This is all mine.
Okay, that's what I was got. I looked at a Flux network, and it looks like you have multiple colors there.
No.
That's everyone else's. Got it. All right.
Yeah. Let's do this. Oh well, so that this is all the different colors. These are the so like this is the charger. Oh, it's got 1 million stored. What am I? Never mind. I'm just reading this wrong. It's got no change in it because there's no power being taken out of it, because I'm still producing more power than what I'm actually using right now. And so the greens are the plugs. So the greens are inputters. The reds are outputters.
The different colors mean they're on different networks, if I'm not mistaken.
No, these are outputs. So you see, this is an output.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're looking at. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So on the I'm on the network connections page. But now that we've stated all that, I need to go and not here.
Got a little confused there. Sorry, must have been me.
All good.
Beginning again. So much going on.
You are. Oh, I took the cyan color. That's fine. I don't feel bad now. I was like, I think I took your blue. No, I took cyan. So you should be fine. All right.
It's my gold.
Let's see what else now. So we have power. We have some basic machines going. Should probably settle into making one of these because it's my favorite tool. The Roadrunner. I actually like the storage system. The where is it at?
The refined storage system?
No, the mechanism's QIO drive array. I don't know if you've ever played around with that.
No, I haven't touched it.
Oh man, that reminds me of refined on steroids. So like the biggest disk that you can get for refined will store 64,000 items. The biggest disk you can get for QIO will store 16 billion items.
Wow.
It's just like, okay, I only have to make one of those and I should be set for a very long time. And while that is a very true statement, the cost to making one of those is every bit about as bad as doing refined. The only thing I like better about refined over QIO is that refined actually has a crafting grid system with theirs. QIO doesn't.
Right, you can automate your processes.
Yes. So that's the plus over top of the QIO, though the QIO has a big thing that refined doesn't, in that it doesn't require power to run.
Oh, hello. Now, only if they were integrated, right?
Yeah. Actually, I think you can integrate them because you can treat it as an external storage device.
Oh, well, there you go. I think you can you can have best of both worlds.
I think, and that may be something we have to work into, but to get to that point, you have to be able to make things like antimatter pellets.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We'll be there. But yeah. Walk around this shoeless guy for a while. Keep myself from upsetting people. But on the whole, the mechanism area has expanded rather beautifully.
What tier do you have out for your mechanism? Are you using it for ore duplication or multiplication, I guess?
Not yet. I have the base machines put out for right now. I do have plans to probably expand this area, but right now my biggest ore duplicators come from my create machines that generate all the iron and gold I want for free.
Oh yeah, that would work. That would work for sure.
So I haven't had much of a need to go mining. So most of the ores that I don't get from that machine, I actually go downstairs and raid from the colony. So like all my osmium is dug out by my miner. And the smelter guy is, I've got all the research and everything done for the smelting stuff so that they automatically duplicate everything. He just, when he smelts the ore, he duplicates the ore. So right now I'm using mine colonies duplication for like osmium, tin, lead, that sort of stuff, since nothing in the colony even uses those metals. And they do the bulk of my resource gathering for minerals of that nature.
Okay. Cave centipedes. Wonderful.
Oh, good. There's some urinite.
Spelunking. What is that? It's a very, very, very bright area underground. Any idea?
Very, very bright area underground.
Not crystals.
So it may be if it's a really bright area. So Quark is in here, and Quark has the those crystals that they do.
Yes. But I don't think it is those crystals. I think it's something else.
Huh.
What is that? Is that a mine
Hey,
colony?
it's Go. What's up? Can I? Yeah, I play it. You send it. We're just jamming away right now. As long as it's copyright free, I don't phase me one bit.
Not good enough, eh?
On Spotify. Okay, let's go see if I even have Spotify loaded.
I get to build it again?
Yeah.
I get to build it again?
Very interesting. I've never seen this before. It's
You
quark. It is quark, but it is
Okay.
glowcelium. So it's an underground mushroom area,
Yeah.
and it's glow shrooms.
Yes, those are actually really kind of cool.
Very neat.
You can only actually grow, so they don't they grow in that one spot and that's it. And so if you want to get more of the shrooms, you kind of have to preserve the glowcelium in its current state, and it will grow.
Oh, this
more
fine. This
shrooms.
this is a huge area of it, from my understanding.
Yeah, they're usually fairly large size.
And it's really neat how they did this. So for mushrooms, it's actually mycelium that spreads through the soil, and the mushroom itself is the fruiting body of a mycelium. So this is really neat how they did this.
I serve.
A little bit of learning in there, and then there's oak leaves down here. There's an underground forest built in to this area. I don't understand it.
All right. Let's see if we can swap this out. Let's see. Where's my? Yeah, don't include that. You gotta be kidding me right now. All right, fine. Oh. Like 15 different ways to get things taken care of. All right, let's create one. Da, 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 da. There we go. Where is... No. Oh, that's in my head. Okay. I have to get that tuned down just a little bit because that's a little out of my ears. Da, 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 da. Oh, you know what? I may not have a choice that way. Okay, fine. We'll get this going just yet. Everything's got to be painful some days. How you been, you eat skull? All right. Oh, good. There's one. All right. That should get that up and going. Not so much in my ears. Let's see. That's going to be a problem.
Hello.
It's not insane. Hello, Katoa.
What's up, Nori? I'm gonna call you Zot. Is that all right?
Zot is fine. Zoda is okay as well. Zotacus or hey bro. Either way works.
I'm gonna guess you are watching Nori on the stream and he invited you in.
No, incorrect. Nori and I go back way back. We've known each other since what 2012. We met.
So then you were in World of Warcraft.
Yeah. We met. Nori and I were playing World of Warcraft together. I was his paladin at one point. I was really terrible at it. I remember that. Remember that one time, Nori? It was absolutely ridiculous.
If we're gonna tell it to him, to be honest, you were the dwarf I threw off the cliff back in EverQuest.
Oh yes, EverQuest.
Jesus,
It's way back.
that means you're old like him.
I
That'd
mean,
be
I'm
nice.
old, I'm older.
Oh, what?
We're not. I'm not that
Hold
old.
on,
Let's-
hold on,
let's
hold
be
on,
real
hold
here.
on. I'm pretty sure he can put together that I'm your son, so I don't think that he expects me to
We
be
knew this.
nice.
Yes, we knew this. Yes.
So I don't need to play nice.
Actually, no.
I
I
did
was
that.
I was watching Nori's stream, and he asked me to come join him in Minecraft. So that's what happened. True story. We do not go way back.
I figured as much.
No, but you did a really
still
good job
sound
of
older.
selling it to him.
Thanks.
Uranium, lead. Yeah, I got lots of lead and copper, and I don't come down here and check the warehouse enough. I wonder. Oh, I just got ran over by a bunch of guards.
Nice.
Not nice. Okay. Yes, so mechanism's looking good and clean now. Happy with that. Area's looking nice. We have some very loud music in my ears. It's okay.
Loud music.
Yep. Yeah, one of my other viewers showed up. He's like, "You got to check out this playlist." I was like, okay. So we just finished loading it up. We're listening to it right now. We're checking it out.
Wait, you're still streaming?
Yeah,
He's still streaming. Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
it's impressive. I know. I can go this long, and actually, I have some kind of usable content to produce out. What was I thinking? I don't know. I'd call this usable content though, but hey, it works. We did clean up the nuclear reactor area underneath the house, so looks more like a bunker and less like an unfinished basement. So the thing I think I like the most about Power's reactors look is it actually looks like a reactor, though.
Yeah.
Mechanism's reactor, if you get their laser cycle system going, that's just impressive looking. There was one. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Can show me Coke. I really liked bigger reactors, big reactors, and bigger reactors. The extension to it.
Right.
That one's a lot of fun because you can tie it in with CC tweaks and have a really nice power system going with a really ridiculously large reactor without having the fear of it, exploding on you.
There was what I'm trying to remember what mod pack I was playing that had that one. There was one where maybe not the enrichment. Where you had to go out and find it was a black hole reactor. You actually had to go out. There would be little black holes that would spawn in the world, and you would actually build a reactor around that, where you would throw items into it, and it would generate you a lot of power. I'm trying to remember the name of that mod pack, but that one it was probably the coolest reactor I ever saw. And I used Flux to set that up in an entirely separate dimension all on its own because I didn't want that thing. Because if it gets carried away, it actually consumes the entire area.
Oh boy!
Because it was built off in the idea of a black hole, and you actually had to grow the black hole to a certain size, and then there were blocks you had to place around it in a circle at different areas that would control the growth rate, but it would steadily just feed stuff to it. So you hooked it up to like a cobblestone generator. It steadily just fed cobblestone to this thing to get the black hole to a certain size, and then to keep it at that certain size. and generate power from all of the from everything going on with it. It was actually really cool. But if it ever ran out of control because you weren't keeping enough of the stabilizing element fed into it, and it ran out of control, it would actually eat the machine and the surrounding area. And it was probably the only thing I've ever seen that actually sucked bedrock up from the ground and consume it.
Wow.
It's like, okay, that's a power system.
We're talking about a quick way to get rid of bedrock.
Yeah, but an uncontrolled mana wave to get rid of bedrock.
Well, yeah,
the
and
point?
and even if you get rid of the bedrock, which is all well fine and dandy, you can't use it. So even if you went to the nether, you want to get rid of the bedrock on the ceiling so that you could get through there. You still couldn't ever get anywhere close to that because it would pull you in. Chest Slayer.
Oh, that was a fight, I tell you what.
You found one of those underground chests.
The mimics, yes.
Yes. See, you say mimics to me, and I'm thinking of the little slime guys out in the end.
Yes. No, these are mimics from artifacts, which is
right.
They drop nice little baubles, or what do you call these? Curio slot items.
Artifacts. Yeah.
Yes, artifacts. And there's a lot of really nice artifacts that they have. Like they're like the necklace of sinking. They've got the night vision goggles. It's good early game stuff.
I got the night vision goggles.
I just got the fire gauntlets, which now my melee attacks are going to set things on fire.
All right. We have that. Ooh, I think. What's this? Oh, that's right. I hate refined.
I thought you said you liked refined.
No, I gotta make refined obsidian dust.
Oh, no, that's not too bad in mechanism. It's with enriched.
Do I have osmium?
Are you doing refined one? That one's is that with enriched diamond? Just make sure you switch the enriched diamond to wafers. Make sure you do the wafer style of enriched diamond, because that
you run the diamond through the enrichment machine, and then get the wafer out of it, and that's worth 8. So
8 times. Yep, you got it.
Yep,
you got it.
Makes it a little bit more reasonable to do.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. I'm trapped.
Is that 2 diamonds per? Yeah. We'll just do it this way. Expensive. Yeah, I am listening to anime. That's exactly what this is.
I dated a girl named Anime. That was back in the day.
Oh, I see. This specific anime is so far. These are the machines I've got. There's my power systems. So we're just getting started in here, Yoet Skull. I'm going to make the Roadrunner, as Shale likes to call it. Oh, the ultimate tier upgraders? Yeah, we could. After I get... That's got that. How many of these things do I have? 3, 6.
Excuse me.
Yep. We are upgrading machines now.
Yikes.
There. Do I have enough for this? No, I only have the one. But we can do more than that.
Wow, that's funny.
I still want my Roadrunner.
Minecraft does more damage to my computer than Modern Warfare does.
That's me.
Sounds about right. Modded Minecraft, that is. Modded Minecraft.
Modded Minecraft. Yes. There we go. Now let's just go crush some obsidian. Stick it all in there. Who cares?
Oh, no.
No?
Oh no.
Oh, no.
What am I missing here?
What happened?
A mimic. A mimic came up and bit me.
Did it kill you?
Yeah, I died. I
Aw.
died.
At least you know where you were at.
Maybe. Let's see here. It's only 200 blocks away. We get this. Underground.
There. Yes, we're listening to theme musics from. Oh, I can't. The anime's dropping from my head. I'm just not thinking of it. Joestar.
Jojo?
Wow. Yes. The Adventures of JoJo. Whatever. Yeah.
Who?
One of my regulars. We're listening to his Spotify mix, which has got the theme music from the various people from JoJo's
Yo, it's Skull.
anime. Yeah. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yo Eat Skull. Though I think I pronounced it wrong. I don't know. He's not fussed at me. So JoJo's Adventures. There you go. He's busy over here laughing at us now because we're all just like struggling to find a name for this.
I wasn't struggling. As soon as you said Joestar, I knew who it was. Holy sh...
I made a lot more of that than I really wanted to. Sorry.
Your destination is on the right ahead.
Huh.
There we go. Oh, wow. There's still more that can go into that. Fine. Oh, that's right. It's these guys it takes. That should be good enough. wasn't good. Who's first?
Who's on second?
Not me.
No, who's on first? What's on second?
Oh. What's on second? Who?
That's right. Who's on first?
I don't know. You tell me.
Third base.
There you go.
Hey, how did we get to third base? You said his name.
Who?
No, who's on first?
No, not who. I don't know.
No,
I don't
third
know
base.
who.
Smelting work.
So when you write the check out to the player in the first place, who gets a check?
Every cent of it. Why shouldn't he? He's earned it. Osmium. Pressing. You gonna give me the one?
No.
Yes, just barely. Aha! I get my atomic dissembler.
Very nice.
Yes, it is now time for
Lag
Roadrunner.
Central.
There's my wireless charging.
I think it's time for me to start.
That's new.
What's that?
I didn't lag the fuck out when I went to your house.
Well, this is a good sign. It's time for a new bag. It's the only thing I don't like about the atomic disassembler.
What's that?
What in the world? I'll stay charging. There we go. You can't enchant it.
Enchant what?
The atomic disassembler.
What does it do?
Yeah, same like the jetpacks and stuff like that. You can't enchant those.
So only
The
I think this,
atomic disassembler is just a better pickaxe, in a sense.
yeah.
But it does a great area. Like it will do a vein. It will do a vein mine, and it'll automatically teleport those blocks straight into your inventory. It's really useful.
Nice.
Right? Am I correct
Yeah.
on that? Yep.
Yep. Though if you get far enough in your astral sorcery, you can just have astral sorcery will automatically pick things up into your bags too.
Yeah, but that would be for everything, and you don't want that. You don't want that.
But you want to go mining somewhere, and you want to tear up the ground. That is the thing to use. So you get yourself an atomic disassembler, and then you get it actually. Oh, they changed it. Oh, nice.
What is that? Look at that menu. Okay.
Yeah, you saw that.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, what in the world?
Heh.
But yeah, just
A change in menu.
that's such a better way to mine. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, for the atomic disassembler.
Oh, and it does work. Interesting. Yeah, that's the way to do that. Yes, the atomic disassembler. It does exactly what it sounds like.
Disassemble stuff.
I still like that. Now, is that the extended? Oh. Yes, it is. Yeah, you want to clear out an area. That's what you need.
Sounds about right.
First, now my bags are full with stuff. But that's good enough. The best part I like using that for, though, is going down to the nether, going netherite farming. Set that on vein mine mode and just go in a direction. Hello, Katoa.
Hello.
You know, there's one of those enchanting tables over at the Ender farm, right?
I know. I need a lapis.
I see. Okay. That's fine.
I know.
All right. Oh, yeah, we are an hour over time. And I've got other things I got to go run and do. Well, we are going to call the stream here at this point. We'll thank everybody who came out. Do a nice happy welcome to our new member of the server.
That's me. Hello.
Yes, hello, welcome. Happy to have you. So excited.
Big plans for the server.
Big plans.
We're gonna build so many wonderful monuments, statues of just me.
There you go.
I will inform you guys when I go after the Ender Dragon. Oh,
He's already dead.
It's already dead. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you can always summon them back up and do it again.
I'll inform you guys when I go after my first Naga in the Twilight Forest. Oh, you guys
There you go.
You guys already done that? Okay.
Well, we've only done the Naga. I think that's about as far as we gotten is the Naga. We could always go do a Pharaoh in a tomb.
Yeah, a tomb. There we go. Or Everbright and Never Dusk. We can go do the wizards and sorcerers there. That'd be fun too.
Still haven't done any of those, so we can put that
I'm a
on
little
the
bit
schedule.
of a ways. I'm not comfortable where I'm at. But we'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll get there. That's what. All right. I'm going to cut the stream. Thank you all for coming out. My name's Nori. This has been our mess. Thank you. Take care. Have fun. We'll see you all tomorrow for Sunday coffee.